Okay. Crazy, how is that scandalous? Yeah, these supermodel bitches be fans. Drop a pack after a man and then I go hold hands with her. Louis sandals. Crazy, how is that scandalous? Yeah, these supermodel bitches be fans. Drop the pack after a man and then I go hold hands with her.
Push komen, SD kid fried, I'm a fucking stoner. Got a bottle full of tricks, kid, I'm never sober. I don't push no shit, like I fucking told ya. Never had an older. I was doing day trips to the down, way down. Got a bally on my face and a rock away bands, wait man. I don't fuck with no snake, fake man. Keep a stack up on me like a 20 in the waistband.
Okay. Louis V sandals. Crazy, how is that scandalous? Yeah, these supermodel bitches be fans. Drop the pack after a man and then I go hold hands with her. Louis V sandals. Crazy, how is that scandalous? Yeah, these supermodel bitches be fans. Drop the pack after a man and then I go hold hands with her.
Mink, home mink, catch him double in the fire. Put my chain under the sink, cause I'm double in the bird. Pussy pink, it's on a brick, hit the top and make it squirt. Put a snake under the ground, it's like I'm double in the dirt. She fucking with my rap, it's sounding very different. Swallowing these tabs, big belly with it. I'm fucking on her friend and she already with it. Stepping in the loops, got down, really Kelly with it.
Louis V sandals. Crazy, how is that scandalous? Yeah, these supermodel bitches be fans. Drop the pack after a man and then I go hold hands with her. Louis V sandals. Crazy, how is that scandalous? Yeah, these supermodel bitches be fans. Drop the pack after a man and then I go hold hands with her. Okay. Okay.
What's up, Burly Heads? What's up, Burly Heads? Thank you very much, Sneebler, for the 7 months, starting us out real strong, real good. Let's see if we have as many bugs today as we did 2 days ago. Welcome in. Also have a slight surprise, and later we will be making a new mask. Now, Wapa, доллар Европа.
Иди работай, сука.
Опа, а я пойду работать в понедельник. Ведь в выходные я бухал и остался без денег. Работягам хорошей недели. Еще чуть-чуть надо поворкать и разбогатеем. Опа, а я пойду работать в понедельник. Ведь в выходные я бухал и остался без денег. Работягам хорошей недели. Еще чуть-чуть надо поворкать и разбогатеем. Опа, с деньгами сейчас жопа. Бензин подорожал и дорожает водка. Приходится работать до 7-го пота. В кармане нет угла, только ластовая сотка. Приходится гнать брагу и самогон в придачу. Я кэшек заработаю и сразу же потрачу. В моем коровнике навоза не бывает мало. Спасибо за донаты Димасику из Блэкстара. Опа, а я пойду работать в понедельник. Ведь в выходные я бухал и остался без денег. Работягам хорошей недели. Еще чуть-чуть надо поворкать и разбогатеем. Опа, а я пойду работать в понедельник. Ведь в выходные я бухал и остался без денег. Работягам хорошей недели. Еще чуть-чуть надо поворкать и разбогатеем. Рэп не дал мне денег, теперь я сельский слесарь. Нету денег на махорку, теперь курю плесень. 65 кило, а раньше сотку весил. Въебал девяточку в ворота, будто Лео Месси. Пробухал все роялти, теперь пусты карманы. Оклад какой хотите? Хочется много гуала. Еще хочу 7 Мерседес и ящик Ягуара. И что в КБ на Чапмен с вишней мне всегда хватало. Опа, а я пойду работать в понедельник. Ведь в выходные я...
Champion so here, baby. 20 months, let's fucking go. Опа.
Еще чуть-чуть надо поворкать и разбогатеем. Опа, а я пойду работать в понедельник. Ведь в выходные я...
It's a party over here.
Работягам хорошей недели. Еще чуть-чуть надо поворкать и разбогатеем.
Нужно больше золота.
Хорошо. Дело сделано.
Let's increase the BPM a little bit. DJ YUGO is going to take care of you, and normal YUGO coming in a couple of minutes. In the meanwhile, il me geni, il tamburu kupi. Ajde! Ajde, ajde, ajde. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Wait, she left? Son of a bitch. Cat. It's okay. You'll see her later. She moves between rooms like a fucking psychopath. Welcome in, chat. Welcome in, chat. It is the 5th of April. It is Sunday, and I have a cat visiting. My girlfriend's fiance is whatever you want to call the woman. His parents need to fly to Italy, so they're flying through this city, and somebody needs to take care of their cat. And they brought the cat over, so I'm going to be a cat dad for 7 days, and I really need everyone's advice on how to take care of this old lady, very thick, chunky old lady. She just left the room. She was in this room for 12 hours. She slept on the stream's couch. Okay, she slept on you guys' couch, and right as I begin the stream, I guess she's a shy little girl, a shy old lady, a shy cougar, if you would like to say, and she left. So my bad. Very camera shy. Thank you, Santi and Natalie, for the 17 months. Thank you, Champion Soap Eater, for the 20. And thank you, Sneebler, for the 7. Thank you for starting us out real good with some good old oil. Happy Easter to those celebrating. My Easter is next week. We the based Orthodox motherfuckers up in here. Yeah. But, I'll definitely try to milk the cat for some oil. Milk the cat for some oil? No, Twitch. I will not be milking my cat for some oil. Badly pursued. Okay? It's not going to be hormusi. It's going to be horpussy. I'm also Orthodox. Well, it's weird that you're celebrating it today. It's next week, mate. Christ comes when and where he will. The messy. Oh, my God, Lord. What'd you call Easter over there? Uskrs. Christos Voskrese, Vaisinu Voskrese, or whatever they say. Anyways, welcome in, chat. If anybody's died since the last stream, well, that doesn't fly as well anymore because of recent events. But still, if anybody's died since last stream, please tell us in chat, because as we all know, both heaven and hell have access to this community, okay? Cubans aren't Catholic. Cubans are like the most Catholic motherfuckers on the planet. Thank you, Shade, very much for the 8 months. Still alive, I think, yes. Tell chat your stuff is working today. My stuff is working today because I updated OBS, and I don't think that was the main reason, because I restarted the computer. That's why it's working. I restarted the computer. So all of you incredible IT professionals yesterday that came in and told me, restart your computer, is going to fix it, were correct. I just couldn't restart the computer midstream. I can't believe yesterday I unironically asked, if I turn off OBS and turn it back on again, is it going to stop the stream? And everybody's like, yes, I believe it is going to stop the stream. Today we're rocking the hillbilly outfit. Okay, we got this. We got this, the classics, baby. We got clipped toenails. Very rare on this platform. Some shit is moved around because of the update, but I'll fix it up. How you guys doing? I spent yesterday celebrating the 70th birthday of my partner's dad. My partner's dad is the coolest guy on the planet. Ex-marine mechanic in the People's Army, and then became a history teacher and taught history in high school forever. Talk about like a main character syndrome guy, like insane. Incredibly good looking for a 70-year-old, like incredibly good looking. Has a wife that's like 8 years younger than him. A complete G, like absurd like G, like and also very kind, very chill, very open-minded. Loves discussing history, especially local history, Balkan history and stuff. So they do not believe those pilots were rescued. Well, we'll see. I've only been realizing more and more that I didn't appreciate my cool woke-ass history teacher in high school. He really tried to stress how great FDR and the New Deal was. Yeah, we didn't care back then, did we? We didn't care back then. We only wanted to get our treats and smoke cigarettes and look older than we actually are. And brag to people about how we're having sex that we're not having. Anyways, welcome in today. There's going to be a lot of theory today. There's going to be a lot of news coverage. We're going to have a very large segment that overviews how the current war is most likely going to be impacting your wallet globally, not only in Europe or in the North Americas, because this is Twitch's biggest international political community. We do not forget every other corner of the world. We're going to be looking at it from the perspective of a guy that is not simply a communist or a Marxist. I wouldn't even necessarily call him a Marxist. He might be a socialist or whatever, but still, nonetheless, a guy that's a stock trader, that's a broker, that's a very rich man who is also a class trader, Gary. We're going to watch his video basically analyzing the way this is going to impact your economy so that you can protect yourself and your fellow comrades as well as you can when this shit starts hitting the fan, which it already has. The economy was, quote-unquote, economy was already down the late stage capitalist shitter even before this, and this is probably going to make everything even more difficult for people. Other than that, we're of course going to cover the potential rescuing of the second, not the first, Airman by the United States. There's been a lot of targets hit in Kuwait by the Iranians. The Israelis have also been pummeling. There's a lot to cover. Gary from Pokemon. I love you guys. Love the program episode on Iran. Is there one on Cuba specifically as well? My love. On the sixth day, God giveth you Google. On the sixth day, he giveth you Google, okay? Go to the YouTube bar or to Google and write the deprogram Cuba. You will have like 3-4 episodes. And ironically, you will have the newest episode, which is an hour and a half, an hour, 40 minutes, just on Cuba, its current situation, the history of the sanctions, and so much more. So we have episodes on Fidel. We have episodes on the Cuban current system. We have episodes of the Cuban Revolution. And this latest episode is on Cuba's current state and especially the way sanctions have been impacting it. You also want to watch it if you want to learn more about the kind of strange, interesting socialism that they have here, which has had to adopt to those sanctions. Now, last month on this day it was a very impressive day. So look out because the sub count is going to go down like crazy today, and I need you to keep that Hormuzzi nice and tightly closed. I want you to be inspired by these great. I want all of you to turn into my ayatollahs, and I don't mean the dead ones. I mean the live ones that are really good at plugging shit that is leaking, okay? So my subscription count, Hormuzzi, must be plugged, and it will be plugged with plenty of oil. Keep that in mind. Hopefully today we Gamba. I have a very low target for Gamba today, 5555. It's a very satisfying number, but you will have to be fighting the tide of lowering sub counts. And after we cover the news, after we talk about how this is going to impact your wallet, and after we should post if the cat chooses to come back, we are going to finally start slightly with your input, brainstorming. We're gonna start brainstorming on the Yugopnik mask. I promised you if we reached 5,000, which we did, you crazy motherfuckers, I'm extremely grateful to you, that I'm going to start making these, producing these, giving these for free to top oilers every month, but also putting them potentially up for sale, right? And also wearing them on stream. So this is not that much about creating merch, but creating a cool thing that you think would go well with the Yugopnik aesthetic, and then afterwards something that would be cool that you can potentially also get as gifts when you're a top boiler, as bragging rights and so on. So really excited about this. Think about it throughout the stream, especially you first 300 OGs that are in chat right now, about what you'd like to see. I really don't want to overdo it, but I also want to make at least 3 masks, right? So we're going to make one that is simple, clean. We're going to make one that is really like over the top fucking borderline cringe LARPy communist, okay? So one that has nothing to do with ideology. One that is just very clean, and then the middle one, like a fashion item, okay? The middle one is supposed to be something that actually looks like stylish as fuck, right? So we're going to have simple, we're going to have fashionable, and then we're going to have the LARP, okay? We're going to have the Holy Trinity, Christus Vaskrese, Vaistinu Vaskrese. Anyways, we got a hype train. I know they're con trains in the beginning, but that doesn't mean you should let it die, okay? My Hormusi yearns to be plugged with a large train, so do what you need to do. And later I'm going to show you the cat. But the cat is very aggressive. The cat now has its own little space on a closed-out balcony. It's shitting in its little shitty box thing. And she's really been dominating the entire apartment. Yesterday was very cute. I was watching a movie. She came, she sat down next to me. She was like, "You're one of us. You're chill." It's strange. I met this cat 5 years ago. She couldn't fucking stomach me. She couldn't stomach me. Now she's tough. Now she likes me. Now she's tough as fuck. LARPy is this? No. What you just sent me is a very nice... This is the classic Soviet sports tracksuit. This is really cool. I would wear this. When I get a P.O. box, send me this. Because it's impossible to order anything from Russia anymore. Like, it's almost literally impossible to order a product from Russia. Usually people order it, but it becomes very expensive because somebody from Russia has to send it to Kazakhstan, and then it needs to be sent from Kazakhstan, and it needs to pretend that it is from Kazakhstan. Thank you, Sneebler. You beautiful little Sneebler. Thank you for plugging down our mercy with the 5. And thank you, Pink Kale, as well. Thank you for keeping us in the top elite echelons of Twitch with these crazy sub numbers. But yeah, we're going to figure it out. This Yugopnik guy is all right. I try, my friend. I'm kind of a cunt, but I try. So yeah, we're going to figure it out. We're going to make a nice mask. We're going to do something cool. Probably like one of them is going to be a copy of this. It just says Yugopnik, or it can say something else. I really like look at this one. It's, funnily enough, it's on the title of one of the videos on my liked list. On my music list. Let me show it to you. Love how I can't wait to brainstorm so much that I'm already starting. Okay, so you see, this is not a bad idea. I just don't want to do it. I don't want to overdo it with print. So this, like, as album cover, it kind of looks cool. But I feel like if I had text all over my fucking mouth and I would talk, it would look extremely weird on camera. I don't think this could work. So yeah, a simple, almost formal one, a very stylish hype beast one. I know it's very unk-coded to even say the word hype beast now, but I'll still say it. And one that's LARPy, okay? One that's like, this gentleman works for Special Forces of KGB, being deployed in Vietnam to deliver arms shipment to the Vietnamese fighters. Thank you very much, Father Nuvu. In Father we trust, especially when he's like, Nuvu. Thank you for the 5, baby. Formal, simply add a white bow tie in the back area. Yeah. But yeah, we're going to make this and so on. Now, let's start out our conversation. Since we're talking money, we're talking oil. I need you guys to figure your economics out. Not because I'm a fellow comrade and not because I am a staunch hater of poverty. Okay, there is nothing beautiful about poverty. There is nothing wise about poverty. There is nothing good in poverty. Socialism is not poverty, as the famous Chinese cyber communists from the year 2077 used to say. So I don't want you to be broke. So that's one perspective. Because I'm a Marxist, I don't want the proletarians to be broke. Low-key, our whole ideology, when you really think about it, is to de-broke and de-cuck the wider proletarian class. And then after that, even abolish it as a class whatsoever. But before we do that, I need you to be able to have a decent life in this system itself. I made a video about it a very long time ago. It's kind of one of the videos that helped me low-key blow up. It was how to survive in capitalism as a socialist. Where was it? Jesus. I'm an old man. The Socialist Guide to Surviving in Capitalism. Doing well isn't treason. I also have a video about how capitalists co-opted modesty. Maybe my favorite video. One of my favorite, maybe my favorite video that I ever made. Yeah, how capitalism sells poverty as modesty. So these two, if you want to watch them, are great tips. Doing well is absolutely not treason as long as you do not turn into a capitalist dog and start exploiting others. Then well, you're just a class trader, dude. Unless, I don't know, then we become liberals and we debate moralism. Oh, what if I make a company where I exploit 150 people, but then I use that capital to invest in people's movements around the world? I mean, I don't know how to answer that question. It's such a rare thing that happens, that like never happens, that it's not worthy of discussion. So I'm not talking about people that actually want to sell out, become capitalists. I am simply talking about you as a socialist doing relatively well. So that is from a perspective of a pure Marxian perspective. Then there's another very selfish class perspective, okay? Everything is material conditions, okay? Everything, almost everything. I do still believe in some sort of metaphysical, spiritual connection to other humans, to, the world, to God, to whatever you want to call it. But nonetheless, what is my selfish reason for not wanting you all to be broke? What's my selfish reason? Guess what? Guess what my selfish reason is, chat. Why would a Twitch streamer who cannot do what he does, if there weren't many individual subscribers or Oilers that make the hype train go choo, like Mordecai with the gift sub or one organism with the 2 months? What is my selfish reason for me not wanting you to be broke? Well, if you're broke, you can't subscribe. If you're broke, you can't oil me up. If you're broke, you can't support this international socialist segment that I try to run here 45 days a week. So let's unbroke you, because there is nothing beautiful in poverty, and let's unbroke you because there's nothing shittier than a Twitch streamer under 5,000 subscribers. Okay, now I have the ego of a 5,000 subscriber Twitch streamer. I can't go back. I can't be a 2K Andy anymore. Okay, I'm sorry. I usually frame talks with chuds and materialism because empathy is too hard. 100%, and you should. Listen, socialism should be pitched in as many ways as possible, because the diversity of perspective that our beautiful fellow humans have is so vast that the way you pitch socialism and class consciousness and class warfare to one person is not going to work whatsoever if you use the same methodology when it comes to pitching it to another person. That is why we need as many channels pitching the idea in as many ways as possible so we can get as many people as possible, okay? Okay, look at the hype train, and let's start learning from our favorite class trader. He's definitely not like a revolutionary socialist or whatever, but hey, I have friends that aren't revolutionary socialists. Doesn't mean that they aren't very smart on other points and perspectives. And this particular point is, hey, how the fuck do you survive? What? Shit. Yeah. Shit. But before we start that, we got the recap. I almost forgot, son of a bitch. We got the recap. No, where is this? Recap of the last, 48 hours. This is a segment that we usually start out the show with when I don't fucking forget to do it because I'm fucking stupid. Where we cover everything that has happened in the last 48 hours so that everybody can be up to date and know what the fuck we're talking about as we do our coverage. Let's start it out by reminding everybody that I have a new show. I run it with Mike from PA and Freda. Mike is a great historian. Freda is an American political organizer and commentator. I definitely do not have those two mixed up. Whenever you go to Freda's stream, always ask him about American politics. And whenever you go to Mike's stream, shout out to both. Let's get shout outs to their channels. Please, when you go to Mike's streams, ask him about very particular European history, okay? That's how it works. Let's get that hype train up. Exclamation point reaction. Go and check out the podcast. It's an anti-fascist podcast specifically tackling the digital right. I think we did a decent job making it. Now we need to grow it. The start has been so overwhelmingly positive, except for some wreckers that, are always going to wreck because bitch is jealous. And we're gonna take it from here and make it more professional, grow it the fuck out, and see what happens. Thank you, Dark Coin Cuck, for saving the hype train. True motherfucking true. You got the QR code on screen. Exclamation point reaction to find it somewhere else. Now, let's cover the news. April 5th, carry the flame and don't get kirked. He was a holy boy who got double circed. Great start. Anyways, Iran war has reached day 37. From Press TV, we have our first bag of news. IRGC has downed 2 Black Hawk helicopters and a C-130 attempting to rescue a pilot. From Tasnim, IRGC has downed 160 enemy drones since war began. From Roya, Trump claims rescue of a downed F-15E pilot by special forces, but didn't mention losses incurred during operation. Thank you, knife emoji. True motherfucking true. From Al Jazeera, we have IOF orders residents in southern Beirut to evacuate in advance of new attacks. Al Jazeera again. Ansarallah claims strikes on Ben Gurion Airport with drones and cluster munitions. And Hezbollah claims direct hit on Israeli warship 126 kilometers off Lebanon's coast. In other non-Iran war-related news, a war that was definitely supposed to last only 2 days, but has now been lasting for, 37? Let's look at the world from CGTN. What's up, Beijing? Gallup's Global 2025 Leadership Approval ratings show China at 36% and U.S. at 31%. It's the Chinese dum-dum century. Yes, that's what it is, okay? We have went from a country that everybody got their information on by browsing Reddit, that just got bombarded by either feds or permanent basement dwelling, red scare, incel, nerd-ass racists. Okay, that was where we got all our information about China from. Okay, that was the mainstream perspective of the PRC. And now, most people, on average, more than they do when it comes to having America brought up in a conversation, kind of low-key fuck with China, okay? They're having their Chinese moment. They are having their Chinese moment. Let them enjoy it. Look behind me, Chinese cigarettes, okay? Probably made in China, glowing mask with thing on it. Look at what I'm drinking my water from. Sponsored by the Chinese Communist Party. I mean, yeah. I am very, I'm so unbiased when I'm covering China. So unbiased I am. China is just a big country with many Chinese. May we live in a world where Yugopnik is the biggest China critic, okay? Thank you, knife emoji. Hype train reminder, 1 minute, 30 seconds. Let's make that shit pop in my Hormuzi, daddy. So, Gallup's Global 2025 leadership approval rating show China at 36%, U.S. at 31%. Again, absolutely insane news. Absolutely insane news. Insane news. NBC, Polymarket apologizes for allowing bets on fate of U.S. pilots downed in Iran. That is so fucking funny. When we bet on the Orientals, the Browns, and the Asians, who will win as if they are a bunch of animals fighting to the death, then it's based. Then it's chill. When we're betting how quickly the leader of a country is going to get murdered or kidnapped, that's based. That's cool. But not our little pirates, not our pirates. No, please don't talk about don't bet on our pirates. Those are real human beings. Please no bet. That is so American. Yes, because to Americans, only Americans are human beings. You guys live in the main game, and the rest of us live in a DLC. Therefore, de facto NPCs. Okay. We are at 6. Let's get to 7, chat. Level 7, hype train. Come on. Punish me for this joke. All Gen Alphas in here. Combine your $12 and support me. Next, next, Dawn. Xi invites KMT chair Cheng to China. Becomes first KMT leader to visit in a decade. Very big things are happening. Hopefully, the Taiwan situation is resolved peacefully. I have great hopes in the ability of the Chinese leadership to actually figure it the fuck out without having to drop bombs. Iran has perpetrated an unprecedented act of aggression by defending their airspace from innocent American jets. This must not go unanswered, absolutely. From the Zeit, we have Germany requires men 17 to 45 to get military okay to travel abroad for over 3 months. Germany doing something like this is always great news. This always worked out really well throughout history. Greatest European mistake of the last century is forgiving the Germans too quickly. First World War I, and then now apparently World War II. But hey, it is what it is. Alles Gutes muss deine Mutter. France 24. 20 French boats set sail for Marseille on Saturday to join international Gaza flotilla. And Sunday Times, Iranian hackers expose 50 Israeli officers of Unit 9900. Now, let's play Two Truths and a Lie, a game. Do-dum, dum, do-dum, dum, of wits. Do-dum, dum, do-dum, dum, of wisdom. Do-dum, dum, do-dum, dum, of. How well do you know Orange Man? I read out 3 tweets, A, B, and C, and you must guess which one is fake. Do-dum, dum, do-dum, dum. The only way to actually use your channel points in chat is to show how terminally online and Orange Man obsessed you are. So let us start out with A. Do-dum, dum, do-dum. Okay, I need to stop doing the battlefield music. You get it? It's the battlefield music. So, Exhibit A. My new Trump phone will be able to make calls underwater. It might be my greatest innovation after MAGA. The underwater Trump phone will release in 2027. Thank you for your attention on this matter. That is A. B. A very happy and blessed Good Friday to all, especially to the 186,000 Americans who gained private sector jobs in the month of March alone. My economic policies have created an enormously powerful engine of economic growth. That's B. And C is, with a little more time, we can easily open the Hormuz Strait, take the oil, open my Hormuzi, and make a fortune. It would be a gusher for the world. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Please vote which one you don't think is correct. A little game to start out the stream. Jesus, there's a lot of money being invested today. Holy fucking shit. 230,000 points betting that A is fake, 100,000 points betting that B is fake, and only 30,000 points betting that C is fake. Last time, the option with least votes ended up winning. You vote in the poll with your channel points. You vote in the poll. You vote in the Polish person. You vote in Warsaw and Krakow and in London, the world's second largest Polish city. You see what I did there? I did the usual racist thing where when they call London Pakistan or India, but because I did it with Polish people, it's funny. You see how you're a hypocrite there for laughing. You see how you're a hypocrite there. A little bit of hypocrisy there. London is the great international Polish, Indian, Pakistani Commonwealth. They hold the country together. It is Haiti, a repetition of Haiti. And which one? I'm fucking around, guys. Calm the fuck down. Which one is the wrong one? A was the wrong one. Jesus, a lot of people were right on this one. How did you guess it? Tell me in chat. How did you guess it? Mucho dinero, okay? Mucho dinero. Congratulations to 500,000 points that voted for A, B, and C. Loki, you suck. You fucking failed. Jesus Christ. I mean, I wish A was true. Underwater phones. I love underwater telephones. The Trump phone was a year ago. True. Gotta get my points back. You're gonna take my house. You're gonna take my Hormuz, my Haususi. The Hormuz submarine phone. I kind of believe it because it's something he would use at Epstein Island. Felt bad for them because of last time. Yeah, you made it easy this time. And final slide. Oh my God! Thank you for your support, Gooners. Yeah, that was classic. Gooner has two primary distinct meanings: sports, a nickname for supporters of the English football club Arsenal, derived from gunners, and internet slang, a term for someone who engages in obsessive or prolonged sexual arousal, often associated with porn consumption, known as gooning. But what if I'm both? What if I love gooning and I'm also an Arsenal fan? Is like Goon Square? Also, they should have two explanations for the word goon itself, because you can be a goon without being a gooner. You know, I'm a goon, like I'm a crime doer, man. I do the crimes. I am a goon. But then, if you're a goon that likes gooning, you're a gooner goon. And then if you're a goon who likes gooning and Arsenal Football Club, you're a gooner gooner. I'm so sorry. This is your first impression of me. I understand why you're immediately leaving. The cat came finally. Okay. Yo, Anastasia, say hello to everybody. Yo, Kitty. She's gonna cut me like a motherfucker. She's cleaning herself now. There. I have become what I hate the most, a streamer that shows his cat. It's not my cat, though. She is 13 years old, and she's fatter than your mom's ass, okay? It is cat. I present cat. It is great specimen. She's very cute. I wish I had something to zap her with so that she pays attention to the stream. I cannot pick her up to show you because she's going to fucking kill me. She's going to murder me, dude. She's very aggressive. But if you leave her alone, she doesn't do anything. So you came to the stream. You like it? You like chat? Don't be afraid. Hey, cat. See? It's okay. That's the most. Like more than 5 seconds, she's gonna fuck me up. She keeps cleaning herself. Maybe she'll do, you know the funny, like, hey, cat, do something funny. Do something funny for the stream, cat. But yeah, I have a cat on stream. You guys like the cat? Gift, pay your taxes, 5 subs to 20 if you like the cat. That is the most pathetic thing I've ever done. But still, do it. There you go. You get cat. That's what the stream is now. I don't do. You see, we've looked at so many cat books that now we've gotten a literal kitty. Is her face flat or normal? Normal. She's just got so much hair. So much hair. Nutsack, thank you very much. Comrade Richard, thank you very much. Toy Machinish, thank you for the gifty. Some people like cats, I guess. Look at the camera. You're such an unprofessional. I can't believe how unprofessional you are. The camera. The other side. The other side. Here. Yes. Look. Oh yeah, now she's flexing to you guys. Now she's flexing. Anyways, not to take the bit too far. She's gonna chill. But it's very impressive that this is her favorite spot in the whole apartment. This is her favorite spot. Thank you, Pink Cake, as always, for the bits. Toy Machine, yeah, I told thank you to everyone. Okay. Only 110 more subs in Wigamba. Where'd you get that water jug? In China. in what's up, Beijing? Move aside, Yugo. You're taking up El Gato's private space. Yes, you're clip-baiting with the cat. Yeah, dude, it's her name is Alexandra something, but they call her Sissy. But because in this language, like, calling somebody Sissy is not a bad thing, but it would be weird if I called the fucking cat Sissy. This is my cat, Sissy, in English, you know? In English, that has a completely different connotation. In here, it's like a nickname for Alexandra. President Sisi. Or, yeah, President Sisi. There you go. Queen Sisi. She'd definitely be a dictator. This motherfucker's tough. She's very posh as well. She's very posh. She's gorgeous. She is. She really needs to lose weight. Apparently, the guys told him the vets have told the owners that she really needs to lose weight, but it is what it is. All cats would be dictators given the chance. She looks like a conqueror, she does. What was the name of the video about survival as a communist or whatever? Or how to survive in capitalism as a socialist or something like that. You just go to my YouTube channel. This is my YouTube channel that I have officially abandoned. I have abandoned my child. And here you can watch a bunch of videos that teach you how not to be broke as fuck, okay? No. What is this, Ufigi? What is this? You guys have no idea how good today's stream feels. Thank you, Cuphead, our producer, for creating the slides for the day. As always, 10% of everything we make here on stream goes to the producer. So when you support the show, you not only support me, you support her as well. Thank you for the slides. They were excellent. Spot on, John Kirikukurukuruku.
You, sir, man.
Indeed, this is a Mossad op with Zionist funding. What are we watching? What is this?
Reza Pahlavi's going to get what he deserves. He's going to get a fist up his ass.
Oh, yeah,
and then he's going to say, thank you, sir. May I have another?
He's never going
Let me tell you about Reza Pahlavi. First of all, Reza Pahlavi is the coward son of the former Shah of Iran. He fucked his brother's wife. His brother then committed suicide. Reza Pahlavi is afraid of his own fucking shadow. And I said in multiple venues that if he were to return to Iran, which is exactly what the Israelis want because he's a Mossad stooge, that he wouldn't survive the walk from the plane to the terminal. I stand by that.
I drink father.
Yeah, his degenerate father who died like a whimpering coward.
So this guy's, and he's like, basically it's like this fucking monarchist idiot. Like, it's 2026. You're a monarchist? What the fuck is wrong with
Seriously. You? The only monarchists among Iranians are living in Beverly Hills and being, supported by in the pay of the Israeli Mossad. So, you people are not impressive.
Tell us how you feel, brother. I love that I really love that the discourse over the Iran war has allowed us, and I'm saying this as an immigrant, has allowed us to say, no, there are people that are immigrants from particular countries whose voices we should not listen to. Yes, yeah. Yes, Hans, I will refuse to listen to you about how good the Third Reich was. Okay, Hans? Chill the fuck out, Hans. Don't go on rants at me about, the evil DDR and how on time the trains were under the Führer, okay? Listen to POC German voices. Shove that fucking shit up your ass, Hans. And then apply this to any ethnicity. Hell, we go a step further in our imperialist analysis here on stream, and we unironically believe that there is a very, very strong, very wealthy movement inside of the United States proper and in other countries, pretty much composed fully from the worst of the worst of the worst diaspora from many countries that had American puppet regimes that are now using the money, ironically, in a very blowback way, using the money that they've made by being American puppets to steer American politics towards doing a coup for a second time in their country that has somehow gotten rid of their American-installed dictators so that they can take all their shit back. And proof of this is everywhere. Arguably the second most powerful man in the White House today is unironically a Batista agent, even though Batista's dead. Cuban Batista, I mean, not Batista from WWE. That would be based. I like Batista. Okay. Anyways, let's learn about what this will do to our wallets and how to survive it. Very good, very nice. Let's fucking go.
For me then, I'm just going to walk in and sit down and start then, I think. Okay, I'm back. Today we are going to explain how to protect your finances during the Iran war.
What a dystopian thing to say, right? What a low-key dystopian thing to say. Like, the levels of privilege that we have, The levels of privilege that we have. Imagine showing this to an Iranian. I'm not shit-talking it. No, it's probably a good video, and we should learn something, and there's nothing wrong in you protecting your wallet. What I am saying, though, is when a war starts, for a part of the world, it's a question about potential starvation or literally being blown up to bits. And for the other part of the world, it's, okay, how do I not lose my 401k? I'm not saying that losing your 401k wouldn't be extremely bad and damaging to your life, but when compared to being blown the fuck up by a missile, there are scales to this thing.
Okay, so I've been away for about 6 months making a documentary, and we're bringing the channel back. I would have loved to have spoken about the massive gains in the world tax movement, but I think it would have been a bit absurd for me to not do one explaining everything you need to know about the war. It looks like it's going to be a pretty massive economic crisis. There are some important things that are not being made clear in the news, so we are going to explain exactly what's happening, how that's going to affect you economically, how you can protect yourselves from those impacts, and what we can learn about the economy. Okay, so I'm going to run quickly through the basics. They are on the news basically all the time, so you probably already know them, but we do need to cover it very quickly for those who don't know. The US and Israel have basically invaded Iran. Iran didn't fall immediately. They assassinated the leader. Iran has blocked this area of sea known as the Strait of Hormuz, through which an enormous amount of the world's oil and gas pass through. At this point, we don't know how long it's going to remain blocked. It could be a few more days or it could be a few more months, but either way, there is going to be an enormous increase in the price of energy, of oil.
Sorry, Gary, I got a 1.3, you daddy.
And gas, and that is going to cause a knock-on impact on the prices of pretty much everything, but most obviously food and fertilizer. So we are starting to see, and we will continue to see, big increases in the prices of energy, oil, gas, and probably food as well. One quite important impact, which has not been discussed much on the news, is that this has had a big knock-on impact on expectations for interest rates. So this is going to cause inflation to go up. Central banks around the world are supposed to keep inflation low, so there is a question as to whether central banks will increase interest.
What's up, Maple Takes, big man? Thank you very much. Shout out to dear friend of the show, Maple Takes. Thank you for the 20 months, man.
Rates. So
how you doing?
Central banks all over the world were generally in a...
How is the war going to impact prices of maple syrup? Oh, yeah.
Cycle, rates were coming down.
No spoilers. I pre-watched when I was waking up. I mean, I can spoil. I kind of know what he's going to say. I'm guessing. He's going to say governments are going to try and tackle this by limiting how much it damages your wallet. But by doing so, because we are in a capitalist system, all the money is actually going to flow into the pockets of large corporations. So they're not going to be offsetting your purchasing power by helping you get higher salaries. They're going to try and offset it by basically giving a crazy amount of money to oil corporations and every other type of firm, basically as a payment for them keeping prices lower. So no matter the size of the crisis, the big guy always eats well, right? And governments that are co-opted by the private sector react even sometimes well-intentionally, but because of the system they find themselves in, always end up paying, large corporations very often for the very problems that the large corporations have started in the first place. So TLDR, okay, price at pump is very high. How do we lower this price? Will we help people so they have more income so that they can balance out the increase in price? No, because that would be too complicated and because the system does not incentivize that. What will we do? We'll just go to Shell and we will tell Shell, we will give you $500 billion. Can you please keep the prices low? And Shell's like, I don't give a shit if I sell it directly at the pump or if I just get $500 billion from you. So they're like, okay, sure. And you feel like, okay, your government has done something for you because prices at Shell are now stuck, okay? And people usually pitch this, especially capitalists, pitch this as a win-win, right? Like the private enterprise has been paid by the state. It's eating good, and normal people are eating good because they're not going to pay the extra price at the pump. But that ignores a very small caveat that is not that small. Where did those $500 billion come from? And I know I like MMT as well, but in this case, for this allegory, I think it warrants saying that, yeah, those $500 billion just came from your pocket. That's your tax money, bro. That's your tax money. So you pay tax so that your government can pay Shell money so that Shell doesn't increase prices at the pump so that you can save more. What? So indirectly, you're instead of paying $2 extra at the pump, you're paying an oil company $2 extra to not pay $2 extra at the pump. Sometimes you're even paying the oil company $3 extra so you don't have to pay $2 extra at the pump. All money always concentrates towards the super wealthy, even in moments when when the government is quote unquote trying to protect the everyday working person. That is my looking at the shining ball. What is Gary going to say? I've watched too many Gary videos. I kind of know what he's going to say. Get austerity, dumbass. Yeah, brother. Just nationalize the resources. You're dropping some radical ideas here, okay? So it's not a good time to get in debt. Depends on what type of debt. Depends on what type of debt. If prices of almost everything increase, and your income remains the same, and the amount of debt you're taking out remains the same, then arguably the actual real price of your debt declines. Therefore, if you took a loan before this moment of all prices going up, you kind of did a good thing, because now your debt, the amount you give for your debt, has less buying power. So it's not supposed to be as painful, but usually not how it works. It remains equally painful because your average income does not increase, right? So you're still paying, 15, 20% of your income, 30, 40, 50 to rent or to a mortgage. But now everything else is more expensive. So when somebody tells you, you did well by getting a mortgage early because the inflation is going to eat it, that is only correct for people whose income increases. Like, yes, if your income increases on a regular basis and you took out a mortgage before inflation started peaking, then good. Yeah, great, I guess. But it completely ignores and forgets less privileged people and leaves them holding the bag, both proverbially and literally. You need to educate the West folk in chat about powdered gasoline, benzin u prahu, and how to become an independent gasoline distributor. Yeah, brother. I need to teach them how to go over the border and get some good old, if we're talking about Canadian gasoline, and then import it downwards. But
at the moment, financial markets expect most of those central banks to turn around and start hiking rates. The base rate here in the UK is currently 3.75, and financial markets at the moment are expecting 2 or maybe even 3 hikes this year, bringing the base rate back up to 4.5%, which means your mortgage rates will already have gone up if you're looking for a new mortgage, or may go up. I personally don't think we will see interest rate hikes to that extent, and I've actually started to bet against those interest rate hikes happening.
You have to renegotiate your rate every 5 years max. I agree completely. And I don't know, it works differently in different countries, but here you basically just go to another bank. You go to a bank and you ask it to buy out your mortgage with the first bank. And the only reason you would do that if the second bank gives you better terms than the first bank did. And that's it. But always, it's going to be a slightly expensive process, but in the long term, you're going to be saving a lot of money. You definitely need a lawyer you trust, or if it's not a lawyer, we have these middlemen and notaries and so on that needs to really, really check if the banker isn't trying to fuck you on the new conditions that you're signing, because sometimes they do that. But you agree, Maple, absolutely. Deva Kitty, thank you for the 2 months, Kitty. You got a friend today. This little thing. What is little thing doing? I'm annoying her. I can hear her slowly growling. Anyways, as we reach the first hour, I want to remind everybody in chat to please support the show. I always use the funds that you give me to actually make the show better, improve it, follow through on your goals, and even start other fucking shows, which would be impossible without your support. Pay your taxes, support the show. We don't fucking play any ads. We don't have any sponsors. I'm trying to build out a network that is as complex as one man can, that tries to bring socialist ideas to as many people as possible in as many different ways as possible. Already today, we're gonna make good on last month's goal, which is to make this is pure vanity project, to make custom Yugopnik masks that we'll also send out for free as prizes to top oilers in chat and so on. But I'll also make it purchasable, but it's mostly for the aesthetic of the show. Please think of what the April sub goal is supposed to be. You get so many fucking benefits. I'm not going to list them all out, but one of them is Gumba, which I would love to hit today at 5,555. So it's on you guys whether you want to oil up my Hormusi or not. Both ways, I'm grateful for your time today. One Alana, holy crap, I didn't see the kitty before. Yes, it is Kitty. It is Kitty. She is visiting. She is not a man. She is a visiting cat from faraway land, okay? She's Persian cat. This is an Iranian cat. This is an Iranian cat. I got Iranians hiding out at my house. Why didn't I do that joke earlier? But I think it's a Persian. This is a Persian. So we got an IRGC cat in here, okay? They call her the Ginger Demon. High pressed of 50 is crazy, dude.
But at the moment, financial markets are expecting central banks across the world, including here in the UK, in Europe, in Australia,
But yes, oil me up. Hormuzi very tight, very thick. Let's fucking go.
New Zealand,
Paint the chat purple, baby.
all across the world, to raise the interest rate in response to the increase in inflation, which means your mortgage will go up, and it also means the cost of government borrowing will go up and has already gone up. So in the UK, the cost of government borrowing is very relevant. We've spoken about it a lot. The UK has the highest borrowing costs in Europe. This, when you combine it with the fact that UK growth is low and the total amount of UK government debt is high, means that it has become very difficult for the UK government to spend money. At the moment, the cost for the UK government to borrow money for 10 years is just under 5%, and that's gone up from about 4.2% just a month ago. This means that because the UK government uses quite a complicated formula to decide how much it can spend, which factors into it the cost of borrowing, probably the UK government is going to struggle to respond to support consumers during this energy crisis, and may even have to do further austerity. That is not a UK specific issue. Borrowing costs have gone up for basically every country in the world, which increases this growing crisis of government indebtedness, high government interest payments, and will make it difficult for governments across the world basically to respond to support consumers, average people during the energy price crisis that is coming, that is already underway. Okay, so how is that going to affect you?
Very fun.
It's going to affect you in pretty obvious ways. The prices which are likely to go up most are, number one, going to be...
I low-key hate that he really always focuses on the UK. I understand that he's trying to build out like a political movement in the UK especially, but I always, it's a pet peeve of mine. Like, okay, talk about the UK, but also say, okay, and in international markets, etc., etc., etc. Like, you should always have this international approach to coverage, but it is what it is.
The energy, and number two going to be food. That should be reminiscent of what happened when Russia invaded Ukraine. The big thing about price rises that are led by energy and food is energy and food are a much more significant percentage of spending for poorer people than for richer people. It is a big chunk of the spending of an ordinary family, but for very wealthy people, it's a very small percentage of their overall expenditure. So basically, this crisis is going to hit the poorest the hardest, and it's going to have the most obvious.
Lele Button, they probably scared the shit out of her. No, she's sleeping. She doesn't give a shit. Our first Western taxpayer. Today is the last day of the week, and if we don't hit 30, I will cry. You expected me to say I will spank you? No, I will cry. And thank you very much, Z Reslan, for starting us out with our first Western tax. Let's fucking go. Thank you very much.
Yes, impact. It's going to be more expensive for you to heat your home, to turn your air conditioning on, to drive your car, to probably take any flights if you want to take flights, and also to feed your family. So the next question is, how do you protect yourself? The obvious thing that is going to happen here, which also happened when Russia invaded Ukraine, is there is going to be a lot of pressure on governments to react to protect their citizens, which is you. Now, the obvious thing that is going to happen, which happens automatically to a degree in this country and will happen across the world, is governments will be pressured to basically respond directly to the most obvious and visible consequence of
What did I say? Oh my God, I hate this.
Of what has
I hate how good I am at this because all of you scream pre-watch.
happened, which is rising energy prices.
So Yugo, if I had any money, I'd give it all to you. No worries, my friend, please. Jesus, no.
And governments will be
Thank you, though. I appreciate you. No.
pressured to cap energy prices, to subsidize energy, to reduce taxation of energy. Basically, governments will be incentivized to keep the price of energy.
Thank you for using your Prime on little old me. That is always great. I always take like people that use their Prime on me as a massive compliment, because you get just one, right? You get one a month. You get one a month, and you give it to the Yugopna guy. That's fucking. That is. Yeah.
Down.
This is really nice of you. You know, really nice of you. Because money, you have many monies. Okay, you do not only have $1. Okay, you only have one Prime, and you give it to me. It's a compliment. It's a nice wink. So thank you, Spec Pick. I felt like I said a slur when I said your name, but hey.
And this is a really bad policy. I'm going to explain why. So I think if we get this, and we will get this to some degree in basically every country in the world, this policy of governments subsidizing, governments directly coming in to keep the price of energy down, we will basically be repeating the economic mistakes which we made in COVID. So those of you who have watched this channel from the beginning will know that I started this channel in June 2020 because we were in the early stages of the COVID crisis, and it was relatively clear to me that governments here in the UK, also around the world, were going to respond to the economic crisis in such a way that they eliminated the most obvious, visible, negative consequences.
Come on. Rewind. What did I...
Wonderful, a new child soldier, subscriber.
And leaves them holding the bag, both proverbially and literally. You need to educate the West folk in chat about... You did well by getting a mortgage early because the inflation is get 500 billion from you. So they're like, okay, sure. And you feel...
For those who don't know, the US, Iran has blocked, and that is gas and probably rates. So the world...
Thank you for the 20 months, man. By doing so, because we are in a capitalist system, all the money is actually going to flow into the pockets of large corporations. So they're not...
probably food as well. One quite important impact, which has not been discussed much on the news, is that this has had a big knock-on impact on expectations for interest rates. So this is going to cause inflation to go up. Central banks around the world are supposed to keep inflation low. Cycle.
The spoilers I pre-watched when I was waking up. I mean, I can spoil. I kind of know what he's going to say. I'm guessing. He's going to say governments are going to try and tackle this by limiting how much it damages your wallet. But by doing so, because we are in a capitalist system, all the money is actually going to flow into the pockets of large corporations. So they're not going to be offsetting your purchasing power by helping you get higher salaries. They're going to try and offset it by basically giving a crazy amount of money to oil corporations. And okay, that was my guess. Let me see how well I guessed. I mean, I guessed it completely. That's how well I guessed it.
Of the economic crisis, which at the time was primarily lockdown, but in a way that caused...
Just wanted to remind you, because I am petty like that, okay? I'm a petty hoe.
...enormous negative side effects, namely a massive decrease in government wealth, a massive increase in the wealth of the richest, and obviously as a consequence of those two things, an enormous increase in inequality. And I think the way that we...
I was off camera, but there you go, sir.
...reacted to the Russian invasion of Ukraine and the way that governments are likely to react to this crisis now, trying to directly subsidize energy prices, basically is making the exact same mistake again, which is, okay, what do we want to do? We want to get rid of the most terrible, most visible economic impact of what's happening. So in the case of this energy price crisis, that is expensive energy, and in the case of COVID and lockdown, that was people can't work, people can't pay their wages. So the sort of most basic sort of idiot level economic response is, okay, what we want to do now is keep energy prices low, and what we wanted to do in COVID was keep paying people's wages. So what we simply do is the government goes and either borrows a ton of money or prints a ton of money and pays to keep energy prices down and pays people to work. And when that happens, what you see is the government prints a ton of money or borrows...
I'm actually Gary with a Slavic accent wearing a ski mask, okay?
...money from the rich. And in the case of COVID, gave money to poorer people who immediately used it to pay their rent and their bills, and it went to richer people. Or in the case of energy price crisis, they give it directly to...
In a market economy, money always flows upwards. It is unavoidable. Money always flows upwards. Even if you got UBI, it would flow upwards. If you got welfare checks, they flow upwards. Even if you get one-time checks given to you by the government because you're struggling a lot, it flows upwards. Hell, even using those little stickers to get discounts also fucking flows upwards.
The owners of the energy, which means a massive decrease in government wealth and a massive increase in wealth of the richest. And I think what you're seeing here is a repeat of basically the same two mistakes which are being basically consistently made every time we have an economic crisis here in the UK, in the US, in any Western country, which is...
She wants to leave. Look.
You want to leave? You want to leave? You want me to open? Open? Bye-bye.
No more Kato. But maybe Kato come back.
Naivety about wealth and naivety about distribution. So when COVID happened and the government gave an enormous amount of money out, I was screaming about what the long-term implications of that would be. I was saying that it would lead to collapsing government wealth, which would lead eventually to austerity. I was saying that it would lead to enormous accumulation of cash by the rich, which would lead to increased asset prices, more unaffordable housing, falling living standards and inflation crisis. But at the time, there wasn't really much appetite for this kind of discussion because people were very focused on the immediate short-term economic problem, which at the time of COVID was, we need to do a lockdown, people need to be paid if they can't work. And in the energy crisis, which is starting now, it was people need to buy energy prices going up, government needs to subsidise that energy. It's very important to recognise that these government measures, the paying of people's wages during COVID, and the subsidising of energy prices, or the reduction of energy taxes now, do not come for free. They cost the government money. So what you are getting.
And the government's money is your money because you're the one paying taxes. No matter what kind of solution you try to find to this particular issue, what is the issue? Money always flowing upwards, no matter what kind of even well-intentioned bandage you put on the income basket of the average working citizen. The reason it always flows upwards is because the system is designed for it to be this way. And you can find particular ways to try and maneuver it, but the money still ends up going to who? To the people that get paid to sell your commodity, a service, or a fetishized product. That's it. That's it. Always goes up, always goes up, always goes up.
Is protection from the immediate impact of this crisis at the cost of loss of.
When using bandages to try and save a particular economic issue, you have to buy bandages from someone. And there's a massive industry selling bandages. You understand what I'm saying? You can't solve this under the current liberal economic system. You absolutely cannot.
Of government wealth, and also at the cost of increased wealth of the richest. So basically,
tokenized abstraction of value only works in flux. No energy if stagnant. Yes.
I think we've fallen into a basic systemic playbook in the UK, in Western countries, of the way that we deal with crises is we massively increase inequality and we give away government wealth to deal with the symptom of the problem. And we just don't worry about the increased inequality that leads on from that. Okay, so we should explain briefly how a price cap in general would work. When prices are capped in situations like this, the way that works is you pay a lower cost and the extra price, the price that has gone up, is basically paid by the government. So even though you do not see the price going up, you are effectively, via your government, via your taxation, or via loss in your government's wealth, you are still paying the higher price. You don't pay it, the government pays the extra, and that extra amount goes to basically the owners of the energy, the owners of the oil. But this approach of let's just stop the price going up by allowing the government to take the loss, I think also has the weakness of making the mistake of being excessively focused on money and not really recognizing the importance of real resources. I did a video last year saying, like, forget about money. Money is not the only thing that matters. What actually matters is real resources. The fact of the matter is, there is less oil and gas now, and somebody has to use less oil and gas. A sensible government would be thinking about how can we reduce our usage in a way that is basically best for our country. I would be trying to do things like, let's try and reduce very wasteful usage, like private jets, these kinds of things. Let's reduce the most wasteful usage where we can. If you simply try to keep the price down when there is,
or industrialize in a direction that allows for lowest amount of carbon output and highest amount of sovereignty, which is green energy and nuclear energy. That's it. A smart government, there are a few, that knows that the path towards true sovereignty is not relying on dead dinosaur fluid corpses that have to be flown in, boated in, or trained in to your territory. If you want true sovereignty, you go down the path of green energy. Not only because you ideologically believe that green energy is a necessary step towards preserving and protecting our planet, but because that's the only way you don't actually have to rely on anyone, because you have access to water, to the fucking sun, and to wind, and of course nuclear. That's it. So if you were a smart government that is looking at this unprecedented oil crisis, And if you approach it through a true, dialectical materialist way, you would understand that the primary contradiction causing this whole issue is oil usage and oil reliance. So if you don't want this to happen again, you lower oil reliance. That's it. That's it. Green, nuclear, green, nuclear, green, nuclear. But they don't take lessons out of this. They don't take lessons out of this because half of them are paid by oil and gas corporations. Because there is no offset capital gains to be made by pursuing a more sovereign path, because they do not work for the sovereignty of the UK or France or Ghana or Argentina. They work for a particular class of people in an eternal battle to dominate. We've tried nothing, and we're all out of ideas. Yeah, I live in the desert. I want cheap Chinese solar panels. Let's go. If only there were alternatives, right? If only there were alternatives. But the main thing I'm trying to say is, if there's something to be learned from this crisis, is that you should rely less on oil if you can help it. It's as simple as that.
Less oil going around, it is going to cost you an enormous amount, because nobody is going to reduce their usage. So what you'll probably have in the end is price goes up a little bit, government takes a massive loss.
But this would require for you to do, not 4-year plans, but 100-year economic plans, 50-year economic plans, 30-year economic plans. In countries where there is no literal or metaphoric, domination of one party system, you can't really do that. You can't plan that long ahead. You can't pitch something. Well, there's one country that can pitch it. Not only one, but still. You get my point. Let me just get a coffee. I'll be right back.
And at the end of the day, the people who reduce their usage are going to be the poor, because poor people are much more responsive to changes in price than the rich. I think it's important to recognise rich people, they don't really care how much their energy costs. They don't check the price of the energy before they decide how much heating to use. They don't really care the cost of their flights are. They are going to consume as much as they're going to consume, regardless of price. If you allow price to rise a little bit and the government takes a massive loss, the people who end up reducing their consumption will be the poor anyway. And I think in a sensible country, we would be looking at how can we reduce the most wasteful usage rather than forcing poor people to consume less. The third thing is that this policy in the UK of basically taking the whole loss on the government is increasingly going to be arguably impossible because of this other thing we have seen, which is big increase in government borrowing rates. I've been speaking about this for a long time now, but the financial markets have been watching the UK very closely. And whenever the UK government tries to spend more money, they basically shut it down, which means that we're in a situation now where it's quite possible the UK government will not be able to significantly subsidise your energy bills, which basically means if you're hoping your government will do something, they probably won't, they probably can't, because they spent all of their money and all of their wealth on the last two crises, where they should have been taxing the rich, but instead they funded by borrowing from the rich. This is what happens when you have governments which are incredibly naive to wealth and incredibly naive to distribution, and who refuse to basically build the systems to tax the rich. We have created governments which are fundamentally, structurally dependent on dissaving their wealth, either selling their assets or accumulating massive amounts of debts to deal with crises. And that only works as long as you have assets to sell, as long as essentially rich people are willing to lend you more money. I'm going to flash up at this point a graph which I've used a couple of times before, which is, you see the Thomas Piketty or Gabriel Zucman, these French wealth inequality economists, looking at government wealth over time. And you can see this massive decrease in government wealth, not just for the UK, but basically all Western countries. What you see here is a method of economic thinking in Western countries where they have become incredibly dependent at times of crises upon giving away government wealth. And what this means is eventually you end up with no wealth, and then you end up in a situation in a crisis like this where basically there's very, very little you can do. The UK is the furthest along on this, but other countries, the US, most European countries, they're going in the same direction. They will deal with this crisis by reducing government wealth, which means eventually they will hit the same position that the UK is in now, where you have a serious crisis and basically there's nothing that your government can do to protect you. Okay, so there's a second idea going around that the way that your government should protect you is by investing in more.
Okay, I'm back. I'm drinking from the Canada cup. The video isn't really providing new information. I'm sure it's helpful to some folks. I mean, it's not about covering the war in particular. It's about giving you a perspective on how this is going to impact your wallet, and more importantly, it's trying to give you a perspective on how countries that are not participating directly in the war, that are not participating directly in the cause of a particular crisis, usually react to said crisis. So from that perspective, I think it's interesting to watch. This is more of a, self-improvement video or whatever the fuck you want to call it. This is just practical advice on how to adapt to it, but also giving some slight analysis on the contradictions existing in a current, capitalist liberal order that lead to the inefficiencies that do not allow us to properly and quickly adapt to crises, or more importantly, how to avoid getting in crisis mode in general. We all have to remember that crises are not, economic crises are part and parcel in how capitalism is supposed to work. Even the most ardent capitalist will tell you, usually through, by wording it in a very cope manner, they will tell you that all crises are good. It's how we, reset the clock, how we wipe the dust off, the inadequacies of the previous version of capitalism that we've had. And with every crisis, capitalism becomes more efficient and better. That's not true. With every crisis, capitalists learn how to better protect their assets in the next crisis, okay? And if that's how you want to decide capitalism getting better, then it is. Then it is. 2008, every economic crisis, either caused by war, caused by horribly idiotic economic models or whatever, leads to capitalism readjusting itself in a way that the next crisis will hurt the super wealthy less than the previous one did. So in that way, capitalism does evolve from crisis to crisis, but in no other way. Capitalism wants the first trillionaire at any cost, yes. But this is not real capitalism. We need to have better capitalism with more capitalism and capitalism. This is fake capitalism. Yeah, brother, yeah, brother.
Production of domestic energy, more production of domestic gas and oil. And I don't think it's necessarily a bad idea. I think especially if you have a country like the UK, where we are incredibly heavily dependent on imported energy, it might be more sensible to have more investments in domestic energy production. It might be more sensible to have more investments in domestic energy storage. But I do think that this idea that you can protect yourselves from these kinds of crises by having domestic energy production is a little bit of a red herring, or is at least an incomplete strategy. And the way that we can see that is quite simply by looking at the US. So the US has invested enormously in fracking, this method of extracting oil and gas, in the last 10, 20 years, and it has become the world's largest oil producer. So the US is, by a long way now, the largest producer of oil in the world. Is the cost of living going to go up for average Americans? Yes. Quite simply, yes. And the reason is, those oil production facilities, those energy production facilities in the US are not owned by the American government, and they are not owned by the American people in the large part. Ordinary American...
Da-dum-dum. Okay, Comrade Bolshevik Gary, what are you suggesting? Wholesale nationalization of the oil fields for the people of America.
People do not own large parts of the oil production. That oil is owned by incredibly rich people who will dig up the oil during an energy price crisis, and they will sell it abroad to other incredibly rich people who will use it to fly their private jets. So I don't think having the energy in your backyard necessarily protects you if you don't own it yourself. And that brings me to the third idea about how do you protect yourself.
But that's the thing. They do own it, but the capitalists own it, okay? The American capitalists own it. So it is working the way it's supposed to be. It is going to protect the interests of American capitalists that own American oil. That's it. It's always about who owns shit, man. There was this old man with a big beard that was like, man, depending on who owns what, the world changes. And like these things called classes start erupting, start bubbling up to the surface, and then they have competing interests, and then they battle it out.
from an energy price crisis. Now,
What's up? I don't think so.
I came into this crisis owning a lot of oil, hundreds of thousands of pounds worth of oil. And that is not because I am a genius trader. My background is interest rates trading. I don't have any background in oil trading. I don't have any background in commodities trading. The reason I came into this crisis owning a huge amount of oil is very simply just one basic reason, because
He's fucking wealthy. And if you're wealthy enough, you can you can just buy a bit of everything. And some shit goes down, sure, but it's always offset by something else going up. So the wealthier you are, the more diversified your portfolio can be, the more professionally managed it can be, and it's just an eternal W for you. That is one of the greatest contradictions of capitalism, which is capital generating capital without any actual contribution to society being, done, being created. It's just a fictional thing that we invented. Dinero, dinero, dinero. And when that dinero either converts into assets or just by itself becomes money that generates more money, also known as capital, you end up having a system which incentivizes arguably the most lumpen behavior by throwing money at them. That's it. Thank you, Adelie, for the 23 months, one of the OGs. Thank you very much. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. We are nearing the 1 hour and 30 minutes, and when we near the 1 hour and 30 minutes, I have to scream into the camera and say, it is time for the grift section. And the grift section says, I might not be British, I might not have a hat, and I might not have hundreds of thousands of dollars in oil stocks. But what I do have is 5,459 subscriber stock. So buy your stock right now. Buy it while Ugopnik is cheap. Buy it from the cheapest oil pump on the planet here on Twitch. Use your free Prime. If you do not have money for a subscription, write in chat. Ask the Oilers to pour it all over your Hormuzzi. Let us open it up. Let us make number go up. Let us gamba. Let us give you 10% discount on the programshop.com. Let us spread the wealth. Let us keep this international community afloat. Let us stuff. Yes. Coffee. Subscribe. Thank you, Dr. Ruminator. Because trust me, this number is about to go down like crazy, okay?
Rich.
We're so broke, what are you doing? More. Always more, brother. More. Oh my God, I'll have to donate while you are sleeping, Hugo. This is the best flex. That is an insane flex, actually. It's actually insane.
It is as simple as that. And I, like the vast majority of rich people, like to own a broad, diversified portfolio of assets. I own quite a lot of property. I own quite a lot of stocks. I own quite a lot of bonds. And I also
yeah, he said what I just said.
own quite a lot of oil. And I also own, wheat futures and corn futures and cotton futures and all these commodities because I'm a rich person and I, like most rich people, simply own loads of everything. So when this crisis happened, and I'm not in any way an expert on war, I didn't know this war was going to happen, the oil price went up 50% and I make hundreds of thousands of pounds. This, I think, tells you the way that you protect yourself from an energy price crisis is you need to own the energy. You need to own the resources. And here's me in the UK, which is probably the least prepared country in the world for an energy price crisis, right? Massively depends on imported energy, hasn't built up its own energy storage, doesn't have an enormous amount of reserves of energy like other countries like Japan or Korea have, which it probably should have done. And yet when there is an energy price crisis, what happens to me? I make hundreds of thousands of pounds.
You know that old joke, it doesn't matter what you know, what matters is who you know. No, what matters is what you own. Spin that no into own and get rid of the K. For real capital accrual, you need capital. I know this is so fucking cliche, but it's something that needs to be hammered in every single person's head. Because very often when we're criticizing, privilege in capitalism, we focus on, children of wealthy people and, they're so privileged because they just, get money from daddy and then they live off of that money, etc., etc., etc. Their problem is not them living off of that money, but allowing that money to generate more money without them doing absolutely nothing. And very often people are like, oh, but like I worked so fucking hard. I accrued all of this cash. Why shouldn't I now make more cash from that cash? No, fuck you. You cannot make more cash from cash. Good for you, especially if you're a working class person, for accruing great amounts of wealth. But you don't get to make wealth out of wealth. You get to only get resources, get cash, get currency, get vouchers, whatever the fuck you want to call it, when you contribute in some meaningful way to your community. Now when you make it fucking roll down the hill and snowball the fuck out, you don't get to do this. It's not a matter of discussion. It's not a matter of ethics. It is simply profoundly inefficient. Profoundly inefficient. It makes no sense.
Own the energy. If you are watching from America and you are paying more for energy, despite the fact that there is a ton of oil in your country, that's because you don't own your oil, I do. And the point I'm trying to make here is, when I come out here every week and tell you guys you need to care about wealth distribution, it's not because I am some communist tree-hugging hippie. It is because if you do not own your resources, then when the price of the resources go up, you are And when I talk about wealth distribution, that is not just like some abstract term, right? Wealth distribution is about who owns the resources. It is about who owns the housing. It is about who owns the energy. It is about who owns the food, all right? Here in London, we've seen rents go up enormously in the last 5 years. How do you protect yourself from that? You own your house. That's wealth distribution. When oil price goes up massively like this, how do you protect yourself? You own the oil. That's wealth distribution. Wealth distribution is about your ownership of resources. And if you want to
means of production.
be protected from the prices of resources going up, you need to have ownership of those resources. That is wealth distribution. All right, so you're probably sitting there thinking, all right, thanks, Gary's Economics, but it's a bit late for that. I don't own the oil. You should have told me a month ago, 2 months ago. What should I do now? And I'm not saying you should go and buy oil now. The war remains like incredibly unpredictable and volatile, and there's all of this nonsense in the news every day. I'm not an expert on war. I can't tell you if it's going to end tomorrow. I can't tell if it's going to take another year. There's no way of me knowing these things. The oil price could double. The oil price could go back down. All of these things are totally possible. If you buy the oil now, you are at risk. If the war ends, then you're going to lose money. And if you are not rich, then the only way you could buy the oil is to borrow money, and then you're massively at risk. If the price goes down, you can't pay it back. Basically, you need to improve your ownership of your general share of the resources. Basically, needs to go up. Like you can't just bet on oil. The reason I'm safe, whether oil goes up or oil goes down, is not because I own oil. It's because I own everything. Like the rest of rich people, I have a big, broad portfolio of assets. So if one thing goes up, if oil price goes up and the stocks go down, that's fine. I just buy some more stocks, right? You need to be protected by ownership of resources. And the irony of this is, not that long ago, you were protected because only 50 years ago, in the post-war period, most countries in the Western world basically recognise this fact, which is if you want the people in your country to be relatively secure, they need to own some share of the resources. And what we had were large, wealthy, resource-owning governments. So here in the UK, we had the government which owned housing, which meant that you as a citizen couldn't really fall off the bottom of the housing ladder and couldn't find yourself unable to afford housing. Most Western governments also owned the basic means of production for the most important essentials in their country, which is energy.
Yes, to a very large extent, they owned it because they needed to compete with an enemy that was ready to not only give more to its working class, but give its working class literally everything. A chatter said, we need the Soviets because these guys need to, choose to give us some crumbs because they're intimidated by the alternative. The reason Scandinavian countries have had up until recently some of the strongest social democracies is because those countries had to give a lot to their population in hopes of them not looking eastwards and considering going full Bolshevik on their asses, right? Making the pitch to a government, to a capitalist government, like for example the UK or France or doesn't matter who it is, that we are supposed to increase our ownership of industry inside of the capitalist system only works when you pitch it to them as a last resort. So if we do not nationalize some key aspects of our industry, or at least partially nationalize it, they're going to kill us. We have to pay the riot tax, okay? You got to pay your 10%, 15%, 30%, 40% taxes, bro, because otherwise the plebeian workers are going to hang you. Yo, bro, we got to nationalize this or that because the plebeian worker is going to fucking machete your wife to death. But when can we make this argument? This argument that, capitalists will listen to? Well, only when we are unironically at the steps of the proverbial castle manor that they live in. And right now, we're not. Because we're completely and eternally bitchified. Zero fucking class consciousness leads to what we have. So yes, we can talk about how necessary this is the way Gary does, and I agree with him completely. But I just do not see a way. I know it is impossible to convince a government which is a representative of the capitalist, billionaire, oligarch, call it whatever the fuck you want, class of a particular country, to give us more shit when they're not scared of us. They're not scared of us at all. Why would they give us shit? Why would they give us shit? Unironically, you and what army? What are you going to do? Prank Pilot, Nah, Sneebler, Polaris, Devakitty, Sadiq Sicarius. What the fuck are you going to do? Why the fuck should I give you anything? Oh, you might die in the streets. I don't give a shit. They have only ever given us something when the potential alternative was unironically communism. That's the only time they gave us shit. And the mother of all irony is that usually works on us. That usually pacifies us. Oh, thank you, Daddy, for the health care that probably you will then deny my children in like 20 years' time. Oh, thank you, Daddy, for nice highways. Oh, thank you, Daddy, for free education. But my kid probably by the time it turns 18 will never see, right? But it's still something. Unironically, yeah, I'll be the fucking social democrat here for a second. Okay, at least it's something. At least those people, at least those working class people, and those working class movements managed to get something out of the capitalist by making them so afraid that they gave them crumbs. How dare I sit here and criticize them when in my time, my movement does not have the ability to even get crumbs for their fellow workers. I can't sit here and criticize. I can't. I would be a massive hypocrite and a pussy. Okay? So what I'm trying to tell you in a least LARPy way possible is that we should not demand anything from capitalists and their governments. We need to take. Robber baron style. Because it doesn't matter what particular ideological branch you subscribe to, I think all of us agree, from liberal to staunchest communist, that stealing from a thief is not theft. Well, all capitalists are thieves. So getting some of that shit back... Nobody should, lose sleep ever. And those among us that tell us, amogus, those 6-7, those among us that tell us that we shouldn't be looking in the wallets and pockets of the super wealthy. Instead, we should try and become thieves ourselves, become capitalists ourselves, are the worst. They are the worst. I can understand the thief, for he lives well and wants to continue stealing and robbing me. I understand the capitalist. I respect him as an opponent. I don't like him. I respect him as an opponent. A fellow worker who LARPs as a capitalist, a working class trader, is the lowest rat subhuman that our species has mustered to create. reading ability and comprehension skills of a literal fucking toddler, you need special help and forced education. If you have to be led by hatred, which I don't like, but if that's what tickles your proverbial nuts, focus that hate on class traders and focus your practical approach on capitalists. Because we got to clean up our house first. A level of cognition crows would laugh at, yes. That's good. Crows would laugh at. I like that. Crows low-key smart. I don't know. What do you guys think? Who do you hate more? Working class traders or capitalists? Huh? You're probably going to tell me, because you're good people, you're going to tell me that you pity the class trader. You pity him. I do not pity him. I pity the capitalist more, for he is simply following his directive, his prime directive. He's protecting his class. He's protecting his privileged position in a society that allows him to mangiano, to eat good. We are enemies due to, what's the word? Not consequence, due to just... it's not personal, is what I'm saying. The capitalist is my enemy, and we are their enemy, but it's not personal. We live in a particular system where they got the better end of the stick. We didn't, so we want to break the fucking stick. It's not personal. There's nothing personal about being a Marxist. Where it becomes personal, though, is when you're so fucking rat-brained and lobotomized that you don't even own capital, and yet you love capitalism. That I take personal, because that is personal. That is personal.
Transport and water. Governments own these things. We had the situation where governments own these resources, and then when things happened in other countries, they were able to some degree.
Speaking of class traders, I want all Western wealthy class traders to pay their motherfucking taxes. So if you got big dinero, if you're from the West, write exclamation point tax and look at how the system works. We need 6 more Western taxpayers by the end of this day. Do not disappoint me. There's 650 people here, and I'm sure there's plenty of Joshes, Chads, Billies, Bobs, Chandlers. Chandlers is definitely a Chandler in here. It has at least 500K in their fucking account and is not paying the reverse apartheid tax here. And you got in the chat, let's get that chat turning purple, man. Let's make those fucking almost casino-like sounds popping. It's cool. And let's hit that 30 for the week. Today is the last day of the week. Let's hit that target. Otherwise, I will feel like a failure, and you will feel like a failure. And then your mother will realize that if you feel like a failure, you're probably a failure. So that means you will disappoint your mother. And if you disappoint your mother, that works like a boomerang effect. It's going to make you even sadder and even more disappointed in you, which will then make her even more disappointed in you. So you will be very sad. And every video game that you play, you will no longer be able to enjoy because you will be feeling very, very bad, which means that all games will now suck unless you pay your taxes. And look, of course the Westerners are quiet on not paying their taxes, but developing world chatters like Nuggy Neutron, their first 5. Thank you very much, Nuggy. Thank you very, very much. So yes, subscribe or you will go down the pipeline of disappointing your mother, which will eventually make games unplayable for you. Thank you, Lazy Gains Gaming. There you go. Lazy Games Gaming wants to be lazy and get gains and also game. Does not want to disappoint their mother and then no longer enjoy the good things in life, such as play le video game, okay? I know a guy who told me he is a capitalist. When I asked him where his capital is, he said, I have my parents' assets that they got for cheap in socialism that I will inherit, and my dad's small interior painting company. I mean, okay, that's his, at least something. He's inheriting something, you know. He's a failed son, probably gonna lose all of that shit. But you can understand why he wants to protect those assets. We call them class enemies for a reason. You cannot negotiate with them, right? You understand what I'm saying? Why the fuck would they want our system? Why the fuck would they want it? They will never want it, so, okay. Certain things can only be resolved through what? Through revolution, through war. And revolution is class war. The utilization of great crisis by working people as a means to establishing an alternative system to the previous system, which has led to that moment of crisis, in which they are the head of the proverbial lion. And Wenzel started a beautiful hype train. What's up with today in hype trains? They come in and they leave very quickly. So, okay. I want to start out with a 6-7 hype train, okay? And I want to feel it real good in my Hormuzzi because that shit plugged as hell, okay? Cheapest oil in the world here on Twitch. And then after that, after 6-7, if we get to 6-7, I want to go to a 10. I think we can do a 10. Dude, literally, if 6 Westerners pay their fucking taxes, we will get to 10 very easily. Thank you, Lazy Gains Gaming. Thank you very much, my friend. We got a developing world taxpayer again. But the Westerners hella quiet up in this bitch. Or I just don't have Westerners in my chat. I always wondered. It's such bullshit. Thank you very much, Lazy Gains. Such bullshit. When I was young, you could fail 3 times and still own a house and fly around the world as an old man. It was not always this bad. Absolutely, because back then you had the Cold War. You had an argument that you can give the capitalists to give you some extra crumbs. Now we don't have those arguments. We don't have those arguments. Now they call us on our bluff. When we bluffed in the past about taking them outside and shooting them in the back of the head unless they give us some fucking health care or allow us to own a house, they were like, okay, please don't shoot me in the back of the head. I'll make sure that housing is affordable for you fucking filthy peasants, right? Now, when we tell them the same thing, they tell us to fuck off. What you gonna do, little peasant bitch boy, right? Let's fucking go paint the chat purple. That's what I like to see. Purple has become my favorite color because of Twitch. Thank you, Smallish Day Glow, for the gifty. Thank you, Hood Knight. That's a great fucking name. Hood Knight for the 2. Thank you very much. Let's go. Let's go. Developing world chatters holding up the entire sky. Sleepy babies. Very sleepy babies in the West, though. Very sleepy babies.
Do protect you. But when I show you this graph, and I'll flash up again the graph I showed you earlier in this video, this graph of collapsing government wealth, this graph, which I've shown a number of times in the last year on the channel. What this war does again, I hope, is make it clear to you
that wealth always redistributes upwards in capitalism, no matter how intense a moment of crisis is. Yes, we understand that, Gary. Jesus fucking Christ. But you cannot reform your way out of that.
Things like this collapsing government wealth, are not just abstract numbers.
Seriously, listen to Cuphead in chat when it comes to this hype train, because she's going to beat the shit out of you, trust me. Like, Cuphead's been very aggressive today, and I'm low-key scared about what she's going to do, okay? Like, she keeps fucking kidnapping my stream all the time, but because she's my producer, I can't do anything. The Lumpen Pro hold up 75% of the sky. Yeah, because the rest are busy working. The Lumpens are walking around be like, hey, man, let's write some poetry about holding up the sky. I'm kidding. Writing poetry is a job. So Lumpens don't even do that. Lumpen jokes are always incredible. Always a fun thing to engage in.
On a graph, what that means is you used to have governments which owned housing, which meant that you would be guaranteed housing if you were unemployed. And they owned, to some degree, energy production, which meant that if there was a disaster overseas, if there was a war overseas, your government could provide you, at least to some degree, with energy. And now that government wealth has been lost, which means you're not protected anymore. I hope I'm making it clear here, right?
Okay, Gary, how do we take it back? How do we take it back? How do we take it back? I doubt Gary's going to say with AK-47s and landmower drones. I doubt he's going to say that. Let's see.
Hey.
Hvala mek fat butt. Ljubim brate. Hvala ti puno. 6 месеца unapred. 6 months in advance. That's basically a motherfucking a developing world tax as well. Let's fucking go.
For you to be protected, for your family, for your community to be protected, is for you.
Ah, shit, I think the cat wants to come in. Yes, cat. Wait, one second. The one inside? There you go. Don't fuck up my door, cat. These are expensive doors that the chatters pay for. You want to jump on the thing? You want to jump on the table? There you go. See a little fat motherfucker? Depending on the level, I'm going to do an evil thing. You want me to do an evil thing? An evil thing? An evil grift segment? Evil grift segment is depending, you're rating the cat from 1 to 10, depending on the size of the train, okay? No, from 1 to 12. I'm going to be greedy. Right now, you're saying that this kitty is a 5 out of 12, okay? You are calling this cat, look at this cat, look, you're calling this cat a 5 out of 10. Might be might be the most evil thing I've ever done. Okay. You got a cat. It's visiting. It's visiting me from faraway lands. Okay. Cat is 50 out of 10. Show it in the hype train. Depending on the hype train level, that is your rating of the cat. Yes, very good. It is 12
Your
plus
family.
kilos, 12 plus in age. Thank you, Mordecai, for the gifty.
Your community to have some decent ownership of the wealth of your country.
Thank you,
Either
Scruffy.
through ordinary
17.
families owning decent amounts of wealth, or through your government owning decent amounts of wealth. And when I talk about wealth inequality growing, this is not an abstract concept. What that means is we used to have large wealth owning
30 seconds left.
middle classes and working classes in the West, here in the UK. We used to have large wealth owning governments in the West, here in the UK, and now we don't. That means you used to own energy, now you don't. You used to own housing, now
Biddies. Yo, cat, you're making me money. Hey, cat. Good. You're making me cash. You're making dinero. You're a rich cat. Rich. Very rich cat. You want more?
Oh, you don't. And when you don't own that wealth,
Level
you
5, thank you for the biddies.
are fundamentally insecure. And if you want to know how you can own wealth in this economy where wealth becomes more and more unaffordable, and where
Oh, Michael Barbarossa, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much, Barbarossa. We keep getting developing world chatters paying their taxes, not first worlders. Drew Stew, baby. What the cat's name? Sissy. Alexandra, Sissy. Alex, or whatever. Sissy does not mean the same thing it means in fucking English. English is not the only language. Please, don't fucking lose your minds. Thank you for the 6 months, Drew Stew. Thank you for the 5 subs, Barbosa. Barbosa, yes, Barbosa.
wages become lower and lower, and it becomes hard enough even to think about how do I buy my own house, never mind owning things like oil, never mind owning things like wheat futures to protect my access to energy, to protect my access to food. If you want to know how you can have access to wealth, there is only one
You're welcome. Find you through Mike. Welcome to the community. I love Mike. Thank you.
answer for you that works, and that is tax. Look, I was never like a left-wing person, right? I am somebody who grew up poor in East London, wanted to be rich, studied economics, got a job at a bank, made a ton of money. That was what I wanted for my life, right? I never wanted to have a channel saying you need to care about redistribution, saying you need to care about tax, right? The reason I have a channel which spends all of this time promoting a relatively unpopular idea like tax is because how the fuck else do you get your resources back? I'll flash up again, a third time. Look at this graph of government wealth. Look at the collapse in government
Look at this graph.
wealth, right? Look at the situation of ordinary working families, right? My dad worked for the post office on 20 grand a year and bought a house, right? That is not possible for working families now. Working families have lost their assets. Governments have lost their assets. The middle class is losing its assets. This is a clear trend. If you do not reverse it, how do you expect to protect the assets of you, your family, your community?
Okay, how do you reverse it? How do you reverse it? How do you reverse it? The only time they ever gave us crumbs is when we literally said, alternatively, we will fucking blow your brains out. We will do a revolution. Okay? So if you want to reverse it, unironically, even if you're a reformist socialist, you advocate for revolution, at least a semblance of revolution. Everything that every reformist socialist, I respect them, has ever gained is because is on the back of revolutionary socialists that have intimidated capitalists to such an extent that the capitalists were like, we better pay the fucking riot tax or these motherfuckers are hanging us from fucking posts. So in a way, what I'm saying is that, yes, even reformist socialists should support revolutionary socialists because reformist socialists will not get anything done unless there is a threat of revolution, a threat of revolt, a threat of applied class warfare, a threat. So it is not, when you are simply referring to reformist policies, you're not being an enlightened intellectual who refuses to LARP the way the revolutionary socialists LARP. Fucking ContraPoint's ass argument, they simply wish to critique power forever. You unironically need, revolutionary socialists. You are like, I'm not saying Gary is doing this, but a reformist socialist, and again, I respect them, is LARPing at proposing reform because reform does not happen unless the alternative is unironically a change of systems. It's not the hyper-intellectual approach or idea. It's the opposite. It's one that hangs by the thread of revolutionary analysis. Let's fucking go. You're getting me so much money. Oh my God. So many subs. So many subs for the kitty. So many subs for the fat little motherfucker. Oh yes, so many subs for the fat motherfucker. Yes, woman, what is it? What? You want sissy? No, it's sissy. Don't call her that. What? Anastasia, okay. Don't say the fucking last name. She told me it's Anastasia, that's why it's sissy. It's not Alexandra. She was pissed off. Damn, son. Okay. Now, I don't think so. Thank you for the 5. Sneebler, thank you for the 5. Anya Kondo with the 10. Finally, a Western taxpayer. God damn it. I need a fucking Western woman to come in here and fucking save you Western-ass motherfuckers because men in chat give nothing, okay? Western men. Absolutely zero work being put in. Cyberpunk Goosey, thank you for the biddies. Hype train going into 9. Goosadores coming in with that. 17 months. Thank you. True motherfucking true. Oh my God, it's about to break open my Hormusi. Oh my God, the train is so large. My Hormusi is going crazy. No, not my Hormusi. Oil will flow through the Hormusi again. Indeed. Wait. I feel like you guys are just donating because of the cat, not because of me, man. I'm getting jealous of this cat, okay?
Your country. It is relatively clear.
But yeah, what I was saying earlier, reform, okay, advocate for reform. God bless. You just need to understand that without the LARPy, insane, crazy, whatever, revolutionary socialist, you will not get the reform you crave. Every single time you were successful throughout history, you are usually referring to the post-World War II period and post-World War II period, in which they gave you shit because we were in a Cold War and they were afraid of being overtaken by the Reds. So they gave you crumbs so that the Reds don't come knocking on their doors. So good for you. Advocate for reform. But indirectly, if you're a smart... No, not indirectly. If you're a smart reformist socialist, you must also indirectly advocate for revolutionary organization. Because without revolutionary organization, without the threat of revolution, you will not get your reforms.
Flow of assets is away from people like you towards super wealthy people who pay lower tax rates than you. And whenever we have a crisis, 2008 crisis, 2011 sovereign debt crisis, COVID, Ukraine, Russia, this oil crisis now, whenever
all you can delete, welcome to the community. Thank you for your first sub.
we have a crisis, that is managed by governments in such a way that the government gets poorer, the middle class gets poorer, and the rich get richer. And there is no way to reverse that, no way for you to get your assets back other than tax. So if you want to protect yourself from this economic crisis, from future economic crises, you need to be forcing your government to be building a tax system which is capable of taxing the richest people in their country People like me who are making money from your oil when an energy crisis happens like this at fairer rates so that you can get your assets back. Simple as that. If you want to know how to protect yourself in an energy crisis, in any crisis, you need to be talking about tax. I shot a video. God, it must be...
He needs to grow up. Like, it'll take time. It'll take time. It's okay.
3 or even 4.
But even this argument, okay, more tax. I love it. More tax. Yes, absolutely based. More tax, more tax, more tax. Why? Why would they accept that? Why would parties completely funded by billionaires, an economy that tells us every day that the reason we have everything is thanks to billionaires, an entire system that gives you 3,000 billion trillion loopholes when it comes to how to hide your money so you don't have to pay taxes for it. Why would they accept it? Why? Ironic. Why? Why?
Years ago now.
1 minute 30 seconds left of the hype train. Depending on the size of the hype train, you are rating your love towards Le Cat. Okay? Jeez, I can't believe I said that. Actually, never mind. Hype it if you like the show. True motherfucking true. Hype it if you like cats. If the train dies before level 12, that means that chat prefers dogs over cats. Okay, there we go. Vote with your money. That's my last grift pitch. Level 12 hype train, chat prefers cats. Anything under level 12, chat prefers dogs. Let me see how wealthy cat people are. Huh?
Called Stephen Griffith, nice guy, Welsh guy. He'll be so happy I mentioned the video. It was called Life Out of Balance. You can probably still find it on YouTube. You might even see it.
And also Cuphead's gonna go crazy on you.
My mum might be in it. But anyway, I shot with this guy who I didn't even really know him at the time. Nobody knew who I was, and he would see it, guy. 3 or even 4 years ago now, with a friend of mine called Stephen Griffith, nice guy, Welsh guy. He'll be so happy I mentioned the video. It was called Life Out of Balance. You can probably still find it on YouTube. You might even see it. My mum might be in it. But anyway, I shot with this guy who I didn't even really know him at the time. Nobody knew who I was, and he reached out to me on Facebook. Let's go shoot a video about
20 seconds hype train, true motherfucking dude, all that shit in my Hormuzi. Come on.
Wealth inequality. And we walked.
Or I guess you really love dogs, which God bless.
Around Ilford.
That was a bet. I had to bet.
We walked around Canary Wharf, and he asked me a lot of questions. I answered them. And at one point, he asked me, and I was kind of not expecting it. He asked me, "Do you think this increase in wealth inequality is going to lead to more war?" And you know, I work quite hard to stay in my lane on things, and I know what I'm an expert on, and I know what I'm not an expert on, and I think I'm a legitimate world expert on inequality and the way inequality affects the economy. And I'm not going to pretend I'm a world expert on war. But when he asked me that, my initial reaction was yes. But I didn't want to say that. This was before the Russia-Ukraine war, so it dates it. It was a long time ago we shot. And the reason I thought in my head yes was, so that was not long after I finished my master's. I did a 2-year master's at Oxford, 2017 to 2019, in economics. And I wrote my thesis on the relationship between inequality and asset prices. And basically this supermassive thesis, you can probably find it on my website, was basically saying that when inequality gets very high, because rich people are very rich in a very unequal economy, and rich people like to buy assets, as opposed to ordinary people who like to buy goods and services, when wealth inequality gets very high, asset prices become very high, and wages become very low. And as soon as he asked me that question, I'd never really thought of it before, but I realised straight away, well, if asset prices are really high, and wages are really low, and all of the power is held by these incredibly wealthy people that want more assets, you can see there's a really strong economic case for war, right? Because people are cheap, assets are expensive. Why not just pay a bunch of people to go and take someone else's assets? You know, because people are cheap, assets are expensive. I could see that it made sense. I didn't say it at the time.
Literally the most basic Marxism ever. You don't have to rediscover fire, bruv. You really don't have to rediscover fire. There is a direct incentive when conditions... there's a direct incentive for the bourgeois of one particular nation to go to war against the bourgeoisie of another nation, and the eternal intra-bourgeois competition when it becomes economically expedient to utilize working people for said war. So yes, in moments of great economic crisis, it is unironically cheaper to run an army and go to war, which also generates an astronomical amount of capital by itself, than if you were to continue engaging in competition simply through market dynamics. So, not to overcomplicate it, today I got a lot of brain fog, but at some point it becomes cheaper to literally go to war and take your enemy's shit than it is to, use your proverbial marketing department as a way to defeat them without the utilization of violence simply on the market. Also because war creates new markets. Yes, but that's what I mean. This is when the bourgeoisie of one nation takes markets from the bourgeoisie of other nations if they are temporarily at odds.
Because I didn't want to basically become like some sort of, there's going to be more war, there's going to be more war. But I think it is incredibly dangerous to create this.
Thank you. I don't think so for the 5. Who are my top Oilers this week? Rascal, of course, at number 1, absolute fucking legend. We got Crisco at number 2. Anaconda very close to Crisco. Do you want to defeat Crisco? I don't know. You got a 30 difference. Social Deviant's pretty up there as well. It's very interesting. We got Nickel Pickle that is rising the ranks as well. Thank you, Nickel Pickle, very much. Thank you very much for the 10. There we fucking go. Western taxpayers exist, and they come in the form of cute little pickles, or cute large pickles. I don't know what type of pickle you are. Thank you, Nickel Pickle.
Class of incredibly wealthy people who are incredibly powerful, who are able to basically like build and command their own armies. If you look at history, I've mentioned before, I'm a fan of medieval history on this channel. You go and you look at the medieval times when you had these like very, very unequal societies and all of the wealth was monopolized by this tiny, tiny minority elite of society. What's the main thing they spent their money on? Armies to fight each other, right? Like if you're super, super rich, what do you want? You want a f***ing army, right? You know, what is Vladimir Putin? He's probably the richest man in the world. He's got his own personal army, right? And now we've got US that is basically being controlled by a bunch of billionaires who are making tons of money from it, and they control the army, right? I think it's incredibly dangerous to create this society where all of the power is held by this tiny minority of people. Because if you have well-distributed power in society, war, it doesn't make sense. So, nobody's not going to win from this war except who? No, I win because I've got the assets. You know what I mean? The rich are going to win, right? There's a great book called Catch-22, which I would strongly recommend, which kind of portrays war as not a fight.
Okay, so you're telling me that the super wealthy, okay, let's call them super wealthy, not capitalists. You're telling me that the super wealthy are ready to send us to die in wars as a means to generate more money. They are ready to capitalize on crises no matter how much that harms us. They are ready to kill, bomb, maim, and destroy us if that means line goes up. And yet somehow we will defeat them by convincing them to be taxed more. You're telling me that this is this super class of people that just constantly keeps winning, outsmarting us, dominating us, dehumanizing us, treating us as stats on a board, and we're supposed to defeat them by convincing them that it's actually a great idea to be taxed more. How are you going to do the thing you're proposing, Gary? I mean, if we make a law for it, they will have to comply with the law. Have you considered voting? Yeah, that's unironically his pivot. That's why you watch a Gary video and it's like 85% like bravo, bravo. And then you're like, how? Literally the Zizek moment, like what happens after V for Vendetta, the movie ends? What they fund what happens after the credits roll in V for Vendetta? How do you get the billionaires to accept to being as highly taxed as they were during the Cold War when there was a massive, outwardly expanding communist state? How are we going to convince them now? You don't.
Between one country and another. But like a fight between the elites of two countries against the working class of those countries. Where
Wow, yeah, crazy. Workers of the world unite. I wonder who the fuck said that. I wonder which movement unironically solidified internationalism and species-based patriotism against these fucking ethnic rivalries, united by one class goal whose eternal struggle will eventually dissolve even that class itself. I wonder who pitched that at some point. God damn it.
Force these guys to fight each other and die. And who makes money from it? The rich make money from it. Yeah, I think it's really dangerous. I did a video last...
This is slowly pivoting into a fucking 3 a.m. conversation at a kitchen that looks exactly like this after we've had 13 Guinnesses. Gary, come on. Jesus, bro. Jesus. Yeah. I mean, no, I'm glad he's making it. It's a good video. I'm not saying anything, but come on.
Which I think is one of the best videos I've ever shot on the channel, called The Squeeze Out, which basically goes through, just really step by step, like how wealth is being transferred in our society. And it talks about this idea that, you know, back in the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, ordinary working class people were able to accumulate assets, and that's not possible anymore.
Okay, why were they capable of accumulating assets back then and they cannot anymore? Come on, answer that fucking question, Barry.
And what you see there is
Barry, whatever, Barry Balls. I miss you. Where is Barry?
Wealth being squeezed out.
It's very clear what happens. The sign he uses is a reverse anarchy sign, and he wears the mask of a monarchist. England is taken over by a chancellor. So the end obviously alludes at the return of the monarchy. But there you go. Interesting analysis. He's talking about V for Vendetta. I would say Gary is a little basic for most people here. I don't think his stuff is for politics heads. True. And what's up, lesbian?
Of sort of the poorer half of society. And then it talks about how now if you look at Western governments used to own wealth, and now they don't own wealth, and that's wealth being squeezed out of another part of society, governments. And it talks about how now, as we're seeing...
Wait, what? What the fuck is he saying?
Through, just really step by step, like how wealth is being transferred in our society. And it talks about this idea that, you know, back in the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, ordinary working class people were able to accumulate assets, and that's not possible anymore. And what you see there is wealth being squeezed out of sort of the poorer half of society.
Mm-hmm.
And then it talks about how now if you look at Western governments used to own wealth, and now they don't own wealth. And that's what...
Yeah, it turns out that capital accumulation from innovation only has a very short fuse. And once capitalists themselves realize that the largest amount of money is in using capital to accumulate capital and not actually invent stuff, not actually give new types of services, new types of products, etc., they end up going into the public sphere and slowly privatizing everything, because that is also a process of expanding the market into parts of the proverbial garden that used to not be a market. So yes, they end up privatizing the living shit out of everything because they need new markets. They start wars because they want markets that another more exclusionary bourgeoisie of another state has up until that moment kept for themselves, etc. I wonder if some guy actually talked about this 200 years ago, that you can literally just quote without having to invent new terminology about it.
Being squeezed out of another part of society, governments. And it talks about how now, as we're seeing younger people from even like middle class or slightly richer families being unable to buy housing, what we're seeing is wealth being squeezed out.
Yeah, there you go. Yes. The commons are being squeezed.
Of the rest,
the petit bourgeois eventually will not exist. Even the professional managerial classes will no longer be necessary once automation can allow the capitalist to rid himself of them. Okay. The greatest soldiers for CEOs, the human resource department will also eventually be closed. Of course, capital accumulates in smaller and smaller hands.
Of society. And when I was planning that video, I kind of thought, you know, I think the stage where we are now is the working class is gone in terms of wealth holding. Governments are mainly gone. You know, you do still have some governments, like most obviously the German government or maybe the Australian government has a little bit more they can push. But you know, Western governments like the UK, the US, Japan, their wealth is basically completely gone. And it's the middle class that is being hollowed out now.
It literally does not mention China. Of course he fucking doesn't.
And when I shot that video, in my head when I was planning it, I thought, well, what happens once the middle class gets dispossessed? And then what you have only really.
Because I understand why he's doing it, because he's speaking to British people. They're fucking racist. And if you mention China in a good light, they immediately stop fucking listening.
It's only rich people having wealth. Like, rich people want to grow their wealth. And I think in the last 70 years post-World War II, the way that rich people have grown their wealth is by dispossessing these groups of society who managed to grab some wealth but not hold on to it after World War II, which was, this wealth-owning working class, people like my dad, these wealth-owning governments. They've been squeezed out by this growing wealth of the rich. What happens when they squeeze everyone else out and the only people left with wealth are the rich? And I couldn't help but think the obvious conclusion was the only way that rich people continue to grow their wealth when the middle class has disappeared, as we can see, is to go to war with each other. And if you look at history, I think that's the way that goes.
Yes, because they're expanding markets. Yes.
But I've avoided talking about these things too much on the channel. And the reason is, I think once you start getting to things like war, like it's heavy and it's stressful, and it can sometimes be overwhelming. And of course, I've done this whole video talking about the economic consequences of war. I think it is important to recognise, and it would be remiss of me not to say, after going through all of the economic consequences, that war is a real thing and people die, and people's houses get destroyed, and a lot of bad happens. And when all this stuff is going on, all this stuff is on the news, it can be overwhelming, it can be stressful. The way that this particular war is run, it almost feels like there is an intention to create outrageous, bombastic headlines that sort of knock you off your balance and make it hard to sort of stay calm and make it hard to just be calm and rational and think. I did a video just after Trump came into power that I said one of the most important things that we're going to have to do, one of the most important skills that we're going to have to develop, that you're going to have to develop, is to be able to maintain your stability and maintain your calm in the face of just like a pretty constant, outrageous stream of like wild news coming at you. And I think this is why I don't like using this channel to talk about things like war. Because I think that if the public...
Explain, what the fuck do you mean? Why should we remain calm? The only way to achieve anything that you've proposed in this video is by being the reverse of calm.
Is stressed and panicking, feeling insecure, feeling unstable on their feet. I don't think that is the kind of mindset from which we can build towards something better. So I didn't want to come back and do a video about war. But this is obviously has the potential to be a quite significant economic crisis. And I know that people come to this channel because they want things to be explained to them and that they want to know what's happening. And I had to deal with it. But unless we get new developments, I'm not going to talk more about the war, because we're not BBC News here. My job is not to just keep you informed with whatever Donald Trump's latest tweet is. What I'm trying to do here is to move the trajectory of our society, of our economy, away from being one where inequality is getting worse and people are getting poorer, to one where inequality is getting better and people are getting richer. And I think we are making massive progress on that front. I don't think we're going to win today. I don't think we're going to win tomorrow or this year or next year. But I genuinely think we are going to win. I set a rule for myself, I don't know when, I think it was sometime last year or maybe it was the year before, that I needed to include towards the end of every one of my videos something hopeful, something that made people feel like they should keep getting up out of bed and keep fighting. Because I started to feel like, and if you watch some of my older videos, you'll probably feel this as well, I started to feel like sometimes my videos, even though the analysis was always very good, and I think my predictions have pretty much constantly been borne out as being very correct, they were quite depressing, and they weren't very, very positive about the future. And if I'm honest, I think that was probably partly because I was quite depressed and I was not that hopeful about the future. And I decided to try and put something at the end of my videos that made people feel like, no, there is a chance things can get better. Because I think that mentality, that attitude is basically essential if things are going to get better. And for a long time, if I'm honest, I struggled to include these more positive things at the end of the video because in my heart of hearts, I didn't think we were going to win. But over the last sort of 2 years of doing these videos and seeing public debate and public understanding about the significance of inequality and the importance of things like wealth taxes massively change, seeing the huge growth in public support that we've had, especially here in this country, but all over the world.
I respect Gary, but I gotta do it. Wait. No, too loud. What the fuck? Background. You'll see what I'm doing. Shatter noise. Okay, so let me create a scenario for you, because this last bit literally felt like that, and he's even in a kitchen. Okay, so kitchen after party. Okay, like this. After party conversation. I mean, that's not what it looks like. Oh my god, I can't find a normal fucking thing. Opa, thank you, Taylor Swift Juche, my favorite name in chat. Crazy name. Crazy name. Okay, let's use this one. Let's use this one, okay? Let's use this one. Okay. So, I want you to imagine a scene. It is 3:30 a.m. and a guy on coke just can't stop fucking yapping to you in an optimistic way about the future of the world. He's so high out of his mind, he thinks he's super fucking deep. And
I struggle to include these more positive things in the video.
No, I have a better idea. Wait. A better idea. Morning. No, I'm gonna make it worse. For chatters, I'm gonna give you PTSD. Chatters that didn't know this. Oh, I'm gonna PTSD the shit out of you, mate.
I didn't think we were going to win. But over the last sort of 2 years of doing these videos and seeing public debate, public
Who
understanding
knows
about the significance of inequality and the importance of things like wealth taxes massively change, seeing the huge growth in public support that we've had, especially here in this country, but all over the world, seeing the huge growth in the wealth tax movement. The truth is, it has become less and less hard for me to end these videos on hopeful messages because people who've been watching these videos will know that I used to say very honestly that I don't think we're going to win. But the truth is, I think that we will now. I don't know how long it's going to take, but I think that we will. If I'm being totally honest, I didn't want to bring the channel back for any series this year. I've been working on this documentary for the last 6 months, and it's been so much work.
I'm too good, man. I'm sorry, Gary, but goddamn it, dude. Who understands what I was referring to is a fucking real one, okay? If you knew exactly what I'm referring to, write 1 in chat. If you have no idea, write 2. If you're confused, write 3. Thank you, Taylor Swift Juche, for the gifting. Okay. We have 4 more Western taxpayers that are coming to the after party that need to pay their motherfucking taxes. Mostly 1s. Okay. We got party people in chat. Let's fucking go. We got 2s. Don't worry. The fact you're a 2 means you run a pretty normal life. Like, you have a normal life and you are not a degenerate. So good for you. But I'm very proud to have 1s in chat, man. Proper grass touchers out here, dude. Proper grass touchers out here, dude. 1 tragically, no, baby. It's sick as fuck. America just doesn't have birds. Very nice. Thank you, chat. I love you guys. We're split. We're split. Down the middle. That's why chat should date. You guys should date. The 1s and 2s should date. The 1s will bring more excitement to number 2's lives, but number 2s are going to give more stability to number 1's lives. So, chat, go forth and multiply, okay?
Yeah, I'm exhausted, really. I've been working 2 hours for a while now, and I get recognised when I'm trying to buy chicken stock at Lidl, and it's complicated, and it affects my life, and I'm still trying to figure out like how I deal with that. But I did come back.
Okay, I'm done with this video. Let's get over into the news. Wait, what the fuck?
The weapons.
I'm done with that. Sorry. I mean, we learned a little bit. We learned a little bit about the direction the economy is going to most likely go. The direction the economy is most likely going to go in during this moment of unprecedented crisis. But other than that, it was like tax the rich, which I agree. But then he refuses to say how. Wait, what is this? What I learned about Cuba with Hassan Piker. Hassan went on Al Jazeera. Al Jazeera, Dr. Jihad on Al Jazeera. Now all the rumors are confirmed. Dr. Jihad on Al Jazeera. Let me check this out.
What's up, guys? This is
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. This is so confusing. Where's the chat? Where's the chat? Why can't I scream at him?
Piker. Just got back from Cuba. We were on a humanitarian aid mission, and I saw firsthand the struggles of the Cuban population on the island as it's going through a massive energy crisis. The United States has had one of the most rigorous and over-encompassing sanctions regime on Cuba since Cuba had a
naked audio, no filter. Yeah, Al Jazeera doesn't have the same production value as a Twitch stream, dude. Holy shit.
Successful revolution.
Speaking of successful revolution, we are hitting 2 hours and 30 minutes. It is time to grift, and it is time to grift hard. The sub count is plummeting. The Hormuzzi is being split open. You gotta keep it tight. And you gotta keep it closed. Pay your taxes. We need 4 more Western taxpayers. Developing world taxpayers, pay your taxes so you show first world taxpayers how broke as fuck they are. Make number go up. Because Gamba, please, let's Gamba. Please, god damn it, let's Gamba. Please.
And develop sovereignty for itself. However, the situation has gotten much worse in these past couple of months as Donald Trump came out and openly implemented a total blockade of oil.
Cuba's in its last.
Hormuzzi has tragically become a part of my lexicon, and now the normies won't talk to me. Why would you want to be around normies? Why? What do you get out of that relationship, out of that scenario?
Moments of life.
Whether I free it, take it, I think I can do anything I want with it. You want to know the truth?
There's around 10 million people living on this Caribbean island, and there are rolling blackouts. Food is spoiling. Sometimes there's no running water. I mean, it's an absolute devastating situation that is totally man-made as a consequence of the American blockade. It's unbelievably cruel. So they're starving the hospitals. They're starving the entire energy grid. One of the things that was so shocking was if the electricity grid fails, you have to wait for the generators to turn on. There's like a 5-minute window. Talking to some of these doctors, and they were saying that, they have to hand pump the ventilators that children are on for the 5-minute period until the generators kick in. And sometimes the generators also run out of fuel. And when that happens, a surgeon that we were talking to basically said, look, we just sew up the patient and we try again afterwards. And then also getting to and from work is virtually impossible as well. The surgeon was explaining to me that because gas prices are so high, it's like you would have to pay more to go to and from work to the hospital than what you get paid by the government. There's tremendous medical research coming out of Cuba, especially in the field of biomedicine. They have been able to design new drugs like a lung cancer vaccine. I talked to a neuroscientist that was working on what is now known as the only real, active, successful treatment for Alzheimer's and dementia. It's currently being tested in Canada as well. I mean, these are incredibly impressive feats for any country, but it's exceptional when you think about the conditions that Cubans are subjected to and the restrictions that they have, even in the field of academia. Obviously, there's a lot of emphasis on education in Cuba, a lot of emphasis on providing healthcare. It's a big part of the social contract. Not only does the Cuban...
I love that they didn't manage to properly at him. They didn't properly at his fucking channel. Come on, dude. That intern What the fuck, man?
The government used most of their resources to offer education and healthcare to citizens unconditionally for free. But also, Cuba has this incredible international medicine corps where they educate their doctors coming from all around the world, and then they send them to some of the most underserved countries, developing nations all
Thank you, Attack Theory, for that sub. Welcome to the community, man.
around the world. I believe Cuba sends government sells very cheap gas to the Cuban population through a queue system. Now that there's like tremendous shortages, people go and purchase that gas and they sell it in the black market. People are just like trying to do whatever they can to survive, right? But also there's a lot of solidarity as well, a lot of sharing, a lot of taking care of one another. One thing that I saw that was fascinating is people are always giving each other rides. There is also this shared struggle. Yes and no. So we were in Havana for the most part, so I can't speak for other parts, but Havana also has a lot of tourism. So there were markets that were open, although the pharmacies are not. And that's a real problem. And that is, from what I understand, a direct consequence of no distribution mechanisms being readily available. Like transit on the island is like almost completely shut down at this point. It's truly devastating. And when you can't transit goods and you can't deliver goods, whether it be pharmaceutical goods or whether it be regular foods, people are not going to be able to get access to it. Prices are going to go up. There's going to be inflation. But as far as schools goes, I believe there was a nursing student that we interviewed, and she said that school was reduced down to one day for many of these places, depending on the availability, depending on the energy grid, I think, and most importantly, due to how difficult it is to travel, there have been a lot of restrictions. What I've been taught about Cuba is that they're very, maybe sometimes to a fault, a little bit too orthodox in their approach to their economic system. I didn't realize that there was, a lot more private enterprise, and so I was a little bit surprised to see that, no, there are actually market reforms or a marketization initiative that's taking place. The problem, of course, is that it's happening under this ruthless embargo, and therefore the outcomes are disastrous, where it all of a sudden creates a class structure, and on top of that, it's virtually impossible to liberalize your markets in an appropriate way, in a sovereign way, in the most efficient way, without too much friction under the embargo, under these conditions, under the blockade. So I don't know where it'll go, but I do know that the government is a lot more open than I had previously assumed in terms of liberalizing, or in terms of market reforms in general.
So there's multiple angles to this. So yes, they are quote unquote liberalizing their economy and moving towards a Chinese/Vietnamese model to a very large extent. That's number one. Number two, they are pitching the current. They have pitched sanctions for decades now, but specifically this embargo, not only as a very difficult moment in time that we have to live through as if it's a natural disaster. The way it's pitched in Cuba is as borderline as war communism. You will struggle now, but your struggle is the protection of the revolution. It is the protection of the sovereignty of the Cuban people, the Cuban nation, the Cuban state. It is fighting and surviving this particular blockade is taking the pitch that the party has given the Cuban people for decades now under sanctions and dialing it to 11, right? And that is necessary. That is necessary because the only way you can really survive these moments of incredible poverty is if you have something else driving you through it. Be it an ideological underpinning supplied to you by your leadership, or some more metaphysical, personal perspective on why you need to stay strong and kind of power through it. Well, there's also the third pitch, which is it's going to be worth it. We will prevail, and then it is also going to be materially worth it for you. The Americans, especially nowadays in post-Cold War, really, really focus on Cuba because not only because it is a socialist experiment that they cannot allow to develop domestically, but also because right now the Cubans and the Chinese are cooperating, and have been for at least a decade now, cooperating massively in the development of a mega green project, which would allow the Cubans a lot more independence when it comes to how they drive their economy, because they will no longer have to rely so much on potentially embargoable or sanctionable oil. The more green energy you develop, the less of an impact an embargo or sanctions in general have on you. The Americans did not want to wait and see the direction that it takes. They did not want to wait and see what a Cuba which can drive itself sovereignly can look like. They did not want to wait and see what a Cuba that does not, have to be as scared of American embargoes looks like. So they intervened. And that's it. That is, in my opinion, the main material reason of why now? Why now? Why big embargo? It's less Orange Man crazy. It's less, literal gusanos in government, etc., etc. Those are all factors, but like, come on, the Gusanos have been pitching this to Trump like 9-10 years ago, and he didn't follow through on it. He followed through on the sanctions part, but he didn't follow through on actual direct intervention or literal embargo. Right now, they're speeding up rhetoric against Cuba because Cuba has been relatively successful in finding alternatives to anything that can be embargoed against. That is the problem with sanctions in general. Okay, sanctions at first do major damage to your opponent, but they also lead your opponent to adapting to the new conditions that you've put them in. Be it the Russian Federation, be it Cuba, be it any other sanctioned state. Okay? First year is going to hurt, 2 years is going to hurt, but 10 years, 20 years, the pain will still be there, but they will have adapted to new modes of running their country, which no longer depend on your financial systems like SWIFT, on your oil and energy logistics, and much more, right? On your commercial activities, on much more. So when they notice that the Cubans are slowly adjusting to the state that they have been in for half a century at this point, because now they can finally adjust after the fall of the Soviet Union because they have allies in China and in Russia. Russia supplies, so the relationship between Cuba and Russia is, okay, Russia helps them run their traditional means of energy generation, and the Chinese are supposed to build up infrastructure that would allow a very sizable part, not the full, of course, they would need a nuclear power plant for that, but a very sizable amount of their energy infrastructure to be green, right? To be almost wholly self-sustaining. So because, Russia is no longer, the completely crippled shitfest that it was during the 90s and the 2000s, and the Chinese are now looking outwards when it comes to who gets to be our ally. The Cubans have readjusted to this new geopolitical picture, and they have utilized it to the best of their ability as a means to establish greater energy and resource independence, because they are constantly living basically in war communism due to the sanctions, right? So when you are America and your main tool to slap the shit, to bully another guy is sanctions, when you start seeing him training at the gym, you got to go and beat the shit out of him before he gets yoked, okay? So Cuba was getting yoked too fast, and they got that shit out of them. That is the main, in my opinion, my analysis, and I said it in the recently program episode. This is my personal analysis on why go so hard right now. That's not the main thing. Obviously, the Gusano lobby has become very, very strong in the United States as well. Empire in decline needs big wins. The more scared it is of its own impotence, the more it lashes out. Blah blah blah. All of these arguments, like many. But when talking about timing and why such intensity of sanctions, that's why. It must be crushed before it finds alternatives. But that's one of the primary contradictions of imperialism. Okay? End of empire. Doing this all the time does what, chat? What does it do? It sends a very clear picture to everybody on planet Earth, to absolutely everybody, that, hey, if we misbehave in the eyes of the Americans, or if empire, doesn't matter if it's the Americans or somebody else, currently America is empire, in this case that we're discussing. Everybody's looking at this situation, every situation, looking at this situation, looking at the Russian Federation, the Russo-Ukrainian war, looking at the Strait of Hormuz, and they're asking one very, 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 very simple question. What can we do to make sure that if the Americans wake up one morning and want to beat the shit out of us, what can we do to make sure that they cannot hurt us to the greatest of degrees through sanctions or through blockades or through any of these economic and resource models of basically grinding down the smaller guy. What can we do? They start making alternatives. That's it. Be it BRICS, be it more independent thinking European Union states, etc., etc. Everybody right now is trying to figure out how the fuck do we protect our interests in case the Americans come knocking. So why am I talking about this in particular? Because that's the biggest contradiction. That is the biggest contradiction. The harder you pummel as an empire who is trying to preserve itself at the top, the faster everybody, not only the ops, but also your friends, the faster they start looking at systems that can protect them from your pummeling. Which then leads on average to a snowball effect in greater sovereignty, greater decoupling from empire, etc., etc. You understand what I mean? Anyways, we have hit 2 hours and 30 minutes, and I have not remembered to glaze you guys. So I'm gonna glaze you by telling you we have 4 more Western taxpayers that we need in order to reach our weekly target. It would be really nice if we reached it. If you cannot afford to pay taxes and help out your fellow chatters, please do consider following or subscribing yourself. If you have a free Prime, use your Prime. Let's get back up to 5555, the greatest number ever made. Anonymous, thank you, Xi Jinping, for painting the chat purple. Thank you very, very much. The kitty is asleep. Oh my God, look at her. Okay, that's actually very cool. Wait, I really want to show this to you. I've never had a pet on cam, so this is strange. Wait. Like this, can I zoom now? I think I should be able to zoom. And she's Iranian. She's a little Persian motherfucker. Damn, this shit can zoom a lot. She's asleep. She's fat and asleep. Look at that shit. I don't know why I'm doing this. I don't know. Just she's so fucking cute. Anyways, now we gotta do the whole stream like this. Come on, faster. Whoa. What the fuck? Fuck. This is better. No, this is regular YUGO. ASMR YUGO. Crazy hamburger. Thank you, Anonymous, for the 5. Thank you, Rotary Boys, for the 6 months. Thank you very much. Let's go. 555. It's not that difficult, baby. Bait the trap, purple, baby. But yeah, you got my analysis, blah, 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 blah. So from one perspective, the Americans are being smart. They are trying to undermine Cuba's ability to be more independent because the main tactic they have when it comes to containing the Cubans is sanctions. But that in itself is a contradiction because in the long term it will, guess what? It will motivate almost everyone globally to create alternative means to secure their own interests, which will limit the amount of damage that sanctions do de facto, therefore lowering American power in the long term. That's it. You can make sure to tell the Serbians that Christ has risen today. Motherfucker, Christ rising next week, motherfucker. Ain't no Christ rising, Christ sleeping real good right now. What's up, Jaeger? The solution is as old as time: organize, educate, mobilize the imperialists. What does disorganize, uneducated, and despondent? Don't play by the rules. Well put, my friend, well put.
He has just threatened Iran in extraordinary graphic terms, giving the Iranian regime just over a day to either make a deal, reopen the Strait of Hormuz, or face hell. If your children are watching, be warned, the president did not use polite language. Quote, Tuesday will be Power Plant Day and Bridge Day, all wrapped up in one in Iran. There will be nothing like it. Open the fucking strait, you crazy bastards, or you'll be living in hell. Just watch. We should note that destroying civilian power infrastructure is generally...
Read that. Read the last part, motherfucker.
Just watch. We should note that destroying...
Why didn't you read praise to Allah?
Civilian power infrastructure is generally considered to constitute a war crime under international...
Ending that with praise to Allah is fucking crazy, dude.
law, though. The president could argue that the infrastructure has dual use and also is utilized by Iran's military.
To break this all down, we have
nothing crazier about modern mental discombobulation than, talking about war that is causing immense suffering and death, and then stopping and saying, yo, you should, if you were watching this conversation about immense suffering and death with your child, that's completely okay. But you might now get a little bit, you should be concerned right now because there's some swear words coming, okay? So, take your kid outside of the room for 10 seconds while we say the swear word, and then you can bring them back in to enjoy, just wholesome coverage of death, destruction, and poverty.
We have an excellent panel of reporters. Margaret Talev with Axios, Zolan Kana-Youngs with the New York Times, and Mariana Sotomayor with the Washington Post. Good morning to you all. Okay, wow. That was, this just happened. Yeah. Trump is making he's been making these threats repeatedly. He has not been carrying through with some of these threats, but he's been talking about going after the civilian infrastructure, the people that they presumably want to help here, the civilians in Iran who would be hurt by going after the power plants, the water supply, and the rest. What do you make of this threat?
The president is either emboldened by the U.S. ability to rescue this American, or very angry at the fact that this American has been apparently seriously injured, or just very angry that gas prices are really high and the American public's roundly against the war.
This American terrorist soldier invader dog.
But
maybe all of the above.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
We have seen this sort of toggle between saying this is going to be wrapped up in a couple of weeks and escalating threats. And this is, certainly the most over-the-top language we've seen so far. It also comes on Easter. There are a lot of things to unpack right here. But this is a social media communication by a sitting U.S. president. It is laden with the F-bomb and invokes hell and all kinds of stuff. So.
Dude, I said that as a bit. I was not taking myself seriously when I said what I just said earlier. That only an American can talk about discombobulated bodies of children being blown the fuck up from the fucking sky by predator missiles and being like, oh, that's just every day. But our president's going fucking crazy. He's saying the F slur, the F-bomb, not the slur, the F-bombs. This is a really concerning time. It's not concerning because war. It's concerning that he's calling it a fucking war. I remember back in my day, my presidents would go to war, not to fucking war. We're Christians here, buddy. We don't do that immoral, unethical shit like going to war. No, like fucking saying bad words, man. How did your mother raise you? Our mother raised us to kill brown children. Politely, okay? We don't say fucking breaching before we mow down a family of Browns. We just say breaching, and then we mow down a family of Browns. God damn it. Where is this country going?
Yesterday he had
language,
said
brother.
that-
You know, you're fucking entering in the Iraqi house and like 3 soldiers like pile the fucking kids and the fucking women on the fucking wall, fucking putting a fucking Glock in her fucking mouth. Like, yeah, get the fuck down. And his commanding officer stops him by the hand, drags him back, pulls away the Glock and says, "Are you crazy? What are you doing?" And he's like, "What? We're just civilizing these fucking orcs." And he's like, "Stop cursing. Shoot her in the head, but no profanity. God is watching." Oh, God damn it. Unironically probably happened. Language, private. We execute respectfully in this country. What are we, a bunch of fucking Asians?
Came after yesterday, where he said that, remember when I gave Iran 10 days to make a deal or open up the Hormuz Strait? Time is running out, 48 hours before all hell will rain down. And then today he went even further. You'll be living in hell, he said. So this is my question, because he has been all over the place about the Strait of Hormuz. Just before you jump in here, even Wednesday night, this is what Trump said about whether the Strait of Hormuz was really in the U.S. interest, opening that back up, and whether that was a chief demand of his.
The United States imports almost no oil through the Hormuz Strait and won't be taking any in the future. We don't need it. We haven't needed it, and we don't need it. The countries of the world that do receive oil through the Hormuz Strait must take care of that passage. Go to the strait and just take it, protect it, use it for yourselves.
I mean, so what is it, Zolan? I mean, is that the objective now? Because
Is that?
he's been saying
Is that?
we don't need. He said it at the primetime address. We don't need it. We haven't needed it, and we don't need it. And now he's saying open it, or there'll be a living hell.
The president has been issuing conflicting messages throughout this more than a month-long war at this point, sometimes in the same sentence, right? And just this week, you have had him, earlier in the week, the message was, this essentially isn't the United States' problem. It's not the U.S.'s responsibility to solve. Other nations that rely on oil from the Gulf more should be addressing this. And then you also have him post on social media, even before these statements, actually no ceasefire deal until the strait is opened, right? And you have both of those messages going out, right? And now also you have this escalating language, which again is unusual even for Trump standards, right? This recent post. So you're absolutely right. We've had these conflicting messages of, on one hand, the president trying to frame this war as an overwhelming success that could end and saying we don't even need the strait. On the other end, knowing that the price of oil is priced on global supply and demand. What's happening with the strait is going to impact economic anxieties in the United States and reacting to that.
This latest Truth Social post from the president, let's start with that. He calls on Iran to open the fucking strait, you crazy bastards. I'm quoting. Apologies.
Again, apologies. Oh my God.
Said,
dude, now I'm paying attention to what words I'm using, man, apparently.
Glory be to God in a previous one. What are you thinking when you saw this recent post?
My thought is I can. This is an escalate to try to get a deal. That's not going to get a deal. I mean, with diplomacy with Iran, a lot of it is secret, back channel, because they publicly posture, we publicly posture, makes it very hard to actually, I think, achieve what he's trying to achieve there. Very much share the goal. I think for this to conclude with Iran in control of the Strait of Hormuz, Jake, I think would be a very bad outcome. And the question here is how do you now achieve that objective? And it's also striking the president in his national address the other night suggested the Strait of Hormuz was not an objective for us. I think now, at least colorfully, seems to be suggesting it is. And again, this is just kind of shifting objectives in terms of what exactly we're trying to achieve here.
So just to read the whole thing, open the fucking strait, you crazy bastards, or you'll be living in hell, just watch. And then he says, praise be to Allah, President Donald J. Trump. What does invoking Allah achieve, if anything?
Yesterday he said, glory to God. Now he's saying the same thing in Arabic. I would leave that out of it. I don't really understand what that's trying to achieve.
Okay, at least they brought it up. So confused.
I think... Look, we're in a war, Jake. I think what happened last night is extraordinary.
Yeah,
One thing I very much agree that the president said, this should be something to be celebrated by all Americans. Fully agree with that. Extraordinary development. The question
pivot. Manufacture some consent, little bitch boy. Manufacture some consent away from the fact that you lost the plane, bitch boy. and that you're going to keep losing planes by focusing on the great success of Saving Private Ryan over there. Yeah. Not going to work on me, man. Not going to work on my ass, okay? They drop you like a fucking fly. They blew up 17 hospitals and 23 schools with a fucking lawnmower, motherfucker.
Now is where do we go from here? And
worth of money is what I mean when I say 17 schools and 15 hospitals.
you can retrospectively say we should have done the operation differently. We are where we are. We're in a very difficult predicament. And I think the next 2 weeks, what I expect is escalation against Iran in the hope that they meet.
What escalation? How, baby? You gonna nuke it?
Our demands. That's
Oh no, you're gonna hit civilian targets. Of course. Let's call that escalation. You know what I call escalation? I call escalation when I'm reaching hour 3 or 4 hours in the last week. On the last week when Christ was fucking brought back to life. And I don't have 30 out of 30. I don't have 30 out of 30. 30. B. I don't have 30 out of 30 Western taxpayers. Look at this number here. That is an embarrassing number. That is an embarrassing number when there's only 4 left. We have 880. Praise be to God. Praise be to Allah. We have 880 people in chat, and you are telling me there's no 4 Western white boys with a lot of cash in their pocket that can pay taxes that uphold this beautiful, beautiful temple that we preach in. Okay? I usually call it a bar. That is why you are telling me. Begone, demon! You will not lie to me, for I know there are 4 white demons that will be cleansed from their Western degeneracy by paying their taxes. Exclamation point tax. Glory be to the subcount. Glory be to oil. Now lift yourself up, my Western white boys and girls, and pay your goddamn taxes. I need 4 more. Or I will stop believing that there's Westerners in my chat. You don't have to be white, of course, if you're a minority, which you can be white and a minority, but you get my point. You can pay the 20. You can pay the 10. Thank you, XBC, Western Broke Boy. Still acceptable. The demons have been sucked out of thee. Steel Grab, Developing World Chatter. With a 5. Dude, if I can't make the Westerners pay, I guess the developing world chatters need to piss in their proverbial mouth. Oh my God, more. There you go. Fucking Chris Licher anarchist. Thank you, Chris Licker. Very nice to see you. Thank you very, very, very much for the 10. There we go. We are getting closer. We have 4 today, and we are 27 out of 30. I repeat, 27 out of 30. 27 out of 30. Thank you to Doramar's Ghost for the 5. Developing world taxes being paid. Hell yeah. 3 more Westerners. Be like this beautiful anarchist of ours and pay your goddamn taxes, okay? If I can make anarchists pay taxes, if anarchists are so kind to this community that only here they pay their taxes, what is your excuse? What is your excuse? 3 more. And I'm not talking to all of chat. I am specifically talking to rich Westerners. That is why we have the Western tax pay count.
On enrichment aside, missiles, terrorism.
She's so hot in here.
Now the Strait of Hormuz. If they don't, and if there's not a deal, we have a real inflection point. Because then do we just say this operation's over and Iran actually comes out controlling that artery? Or do we militarily try to...
Iran has always controlled that artery. You just fucked around, tested if they really control it, and found out, bitch. Thank you, XBC Noob. Let's fucking go. Taylor Swift, Juche. Taylor Swift, Juche. Thank you for the Western taxes. We are at 28, getting so close to the goal, getting so close to the goal. And Anaconda with the 5. Let's go. 5. We have reached the Gamba inflection point. We will Gamba later. Cuphead, please record all our Oilers that oil from this point onwards as long as we stay above 5555 and their Gamba requests. Anaconda, I'm sure, is going to want a Gamba, so record Anaconda's request. Thank you, brother.
Actually,
thank you, Taylor Swift very much, and Anaconda as well.
And control the strait which is a major operation. I think that's kind of where this is heading. So as we look ahead to this month, this war potentially could escalate.
My panel is here to discuss. Let me start with you, former Congresswoman Wild of Pennsylvania, a Democrat. The president's threatening to blow up Iran's power plants and bridges. Open the fucking straight, you crazy bastards. You'll be living in hell. Just watch. Praise be to Allah, President Donald J. Trump. What's your response?
And happy Sunday morning.
Happy Easter.
You'd really enjoy saying that again and again and again.
Clearly, we're escalating. And first, let me just say I'm incredibly relieved that the 2 airmen have been successfully rescued. And
Amen.
Props to our special ops teams. They're amazing. But the war is going in the wrong direction, and I'm deeply concerned.
You would like the war to go in the right direction. We want a proper, efficient, democratic war, huh?
About the American people, about the Iranian civilians and children, and the lack of what I see as complete lack of leadership and strategy.
So you heard Brett McGurk earlier saying that he sees this as President Trump trying to escalate the language so as to get a deal, but he doesn't know that it will work necessarily. What's your take?
I think that could be the case. Do I agree with the language or the deadline setting? Not necessarily. But if we're going to do this, let's do this. Like, let's not be here for a long time. Let's not prolong this. We see polling is not in the favor of a prolonged conflict. We're seeing, as to your point, shooting down our air.
Man, it's so easy to hate Americans. Jesus, it's so easy to hate Americans. Yeah, this war is getting problematic because they're shooting down our airmen and because it's lasting too long, and because my chicken nugget now very expensive. I like this war when it was gonna last 2-3 days, and when it was only bombing Iranian schoolgirls, but now it is bombing innocent pilots. Innocent pilots are getting bombed. So I want stability, and I want chicken nugget to be very cheapy, okay? So we need to stop this war, and it is doing many bad things to our society. It is even making our president say bad words, which is very bad, because then other kids will learn these bad words, and then they will associate bad words with war, which is good. War is good. But bad words with war is bad. It is bad. It's so easy to hate Americans. It is so profoundly easy to hate Americans. So profoundly easy. You guys like just speed run this shit. It's crazy. Like I'm the biggest fucking protector of America. America. In this entire ecosystem, left ecosystem. And by saying defender of America, regular everyday fucking Joes. Working class Yanks that I genuinely appreciate. And to a certain extent, even American culture that I really appreciate. But God damn it, man. You're making my job really hard. Okay? Everybody comes in my chat. It's the most international chat when it comes to political coverage on Twitch. That is objectively my fucking Twitch agent told me that. And there's motherfuckers coming in here all the time just calling you Yakubian devils. Okay? Yakubian devils this, Yakubian devils that. I'm like, no, not all Americans. Hashtag not all Americans. But then you come in here and you don't pay your taxes, and you say shit like this. You know how hard it is to not dehumanize you motherfuckers. I keep telling everyone, oh, it's systems, oh, material conditions, they make them this way. You know, American exceptionalism is a hell of a disease. You know, it takes time to get out of that. It's not really their fault. Hey, we're Marxists. We're not supposed to generalize a whole population, because even if 99% of them were like this, because of the 1% that are not like that, we do not engage in that sort of reactionary analysis. Blah, 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 all of that shit. And then I come in and I open anything and I'm like, it looks like it's 99.9, not 99, that are absolute chuds. Absolute chuds. Tacoma Blues, thank you for paying forward very much. And Fizz36, thank you very much for the 5 gifts. Thank you very much. Taxes. Gatzes. Thank you.
Men. This is not.
I'm sorry, Yugo. You can dehumanize me. I'm a white woman, and we take one for the team.
Not a place we want to be.
Us poor soldiers can't goon anymore. No goon.
If we're going to do this, do this. He offered the same threat to Venezuela. That was a successful incursion. Let's make the threat. Let's get out as soon as possible.
What is this?
So this is what I've been trying to figure out, right? And I've been a diplomat. I've been in a variety of situations where the words really matter for what you're trying to use your military objective.
I can't believe this entire segment is just talking about him dropping the F-bomb. This is incredible.
And the words have been so all over the place. And today, seeing this on Easter Sunday, with the Pope, of all people, saying,
no, I can't. No, I can't.
that this, you should be using your words for peace, not for war. But I come back to, Lindsey Graham.
The Pope literally called your entire nation devil spawn, Yakubian Satanists. The Pope came out and he was like, dude, empire must be crushed under the boot of the Lord Jesus Christ himself. Okay? He wasn't talking about the language of imperialism. He was talking about empire de facto being fucking satanic. Talk about learning the wrong lessons, eh?
And his talk about holy war, I come back to the fact that the Secretary of War has been referencing Jesus and how this is all meant to be. And now, okay, we have a U.S. president praising Allah, not where I expected this would come from. But I absolutely have personal concern in the fact that an American president is now using crusader-like language against a population, not that's Iran, that's also allies, that hits millions of people around the world, including people here in the United States. So I see this as
woke fascism. I found it. That's what this is. Though it's unfortunate. I wish he said something racist. I unironically wish he called them like something super fucked up, like towel heads or some shit like that. Because then we would have people unironically sitting at this table telling us that this war is righteous and good and that bombing the evil Orientals is absolutely fine. But calling them slurs, we gotta draw a line somewhere. That is too much, Mr. President. Murdering them on scale, destroying their infrastructure, their military, constantly saying that we're going to throw them back into the Stone Age. That's completely chill, That's how we operate, baby. You hate us because you ain't us. But slurs, no. This is where I cut the line. So I can't that much make the woke fascism argument here because they're doing the puritanical shit. The classic American, no bad words very much hurt me type shit. Not an F-bomb on Easter Sunday. Oh, no. The president just said the fucking F-bomb. Thank you, Amora of Azga, for the 3 months. Thank you very, very, very much. Never forget what this. If you poop sock me, I swear to God.
We have heard that 500,000 children have died. I mean, that's more children than died in Hiroshima. And is the price worth it?
I think this is a very hard choice, but we think the price is worth it.
Madeline motherfucking Albright.
a flailing message, a flailing sense of...
No slurs, no swearing, no ale. No, they'd say the slur was only directed at the evil government and not the righteous people. Yeah, brother, yeah, brother. That's an eternal classic. It's like, not all include ethnicity are bad, We just got to take care of the bad ones, brother. We must do a war on drugs in the inner cities, brother. And this is not a war against our fellow black Americans. This is only a war against 99% of them who we consider very bad. But trust me, brother, my best friend is black, and there's like a couple of them that we don't hate. They usually wear turtlenecks, I hear. I mean, I've never interacted with them, but I hear they wear turtlenecks. Yeah. Man, when I drop slurs, I don't generalize the whole population. I'm just talking about the segment of that ethnicity that I genuinely consider subhuman, which is usually 99%. Oh, man.
Targeting
I love my liberal racists.
and purpose, and a president who just wants out and has now struck a nerve on something that sounds really tough, but has a historical significance and a much bigger danger and can of worms that's being opened.
A few things this morning. First of all, happy Easter.
Happy Easter to you,
And
Scott.
second,
I told you to wear Easter clothes. Right?
and I followed directions.
Okay.
Second, this story of us rescuing this airman is nothing short of incredible.
I'm sorry, but this just gives such good morning, Heil Hitler, Heil Hitler, Heil Hitler, Heil Hitler. I am very glad that our soldier was rescued. And while I usually support everything that our Führer does, using such words on this holiest of days is very problematic. You, what do you want to say? Heil Hitler? Oh, Heil Hitler, Heil Hitler, Heil Hitler, Heil Hitler. I also want to say that our president being saved is, our soldier being saved is very good. And I do find it concerning that the president is using, that the Führer is using these words. But I really hope that, he follows through on them and that we hit him even harder and that we bring this home. I want him to repeat what the Führer did in Venezuela. I want him to repeat in Iran. And everything is going to be okay. And now to you, Becky. Heil Hitler, Heil Hitler, Heil Hitler, Heil Hitler, Heil Hitler, Heil Hitler. I disagree with almost everyone, except, of course, about saving our righteous soldier who was just, taking his kids to school from New Jersey, took a slight detour, flew over Iran, and those terrorists had to shoot him down. I disagree with you because I believe this war shouldn't have happened at all. We had already pacified them very well, and I represent a very particular subgroup of Americans that want stability and understand that that is the main way we preserve the United States. I mean, the Third Reich for, in the long term by chilling the fuck out instead of starting another war and another war. Like, that's what it's given. That's what it's given. Like, they all start like, praise be to the Lord. Like, it's oh my God. It's oh my God. It's everything that the cartoonish depiction of again the slimy, ultra religious Oriental. Like you imagine like 5 Arabs sitting in a desk and they all like before we begin today's newscast, let us pray, glory be to Allah, and then extremely racist depiction of what these cunts like think like Muslims are, and then you tune in on CNN, like the lib media, and they're all like, happy of greatest of holidays. Yes, let us now talk about war and how it is very problematic to refer to war while using bad words.
And what the United States military is able to pull off, I mean, it's just amazing. So,
we're the only ones.
To be nothing short of incredible. Second things this morning.
Bigger danger.
Just the sketch I did with Heil Hitler. Now listen to this and tell me that does not sound. Replace Happy Christmas with Heil Hitler, and imagine he's a Kraut talking about the performance of the Wehrmacht in the eastern provinces. Just please try it. Please try it. I want to annihilate your fucking American exceptionalism, okay? You're just fucking Germans at this point. Listen.
Can of worms that's being opened.
A few things this morning. First of all, happy Easter.
Happy Easter to you, Scott.
And second,
I told you to wear Easter clothes.
Right? and I followed directions.
Okay.
Second, this story of us rescuing this airman is nothing short of incredible. And what the United States military is able to pull off, I mean, it's just amazing. So,
we're the only ones.
I mean, to say that we're thankful for this military operation this morning.
Keep listening. Keep what I just said in mind. Imagine you're listening to a Nazi German.
It doesn't even capture how incredible it is. Number 3, I think there are 2 things going on with the language. Number 1, there's public posturing from both regimes, or our government and their regime. And number 2, there is private conversation going on. There was some reporting just a few minutes ago from Trey Yinks at Fox News, who apparently spoke to Trump just a few minutes ago, and he said he thought tomorrow might be a big day for the possibility of a deal. So what the public language is and what the private conversations are going on, I think maybe we're not quite in a position to know that this morning. I mean, the hope would be that a deal can be reached here and that we do meet our objectives, which are clear. We're not going to have Iran be the largest state sponsor of terrorism anymore. They're not going to have ballistic missile program that can threaten us and our allies. They're not going to have nuclear missiles. They're not going to have an aggressive Navy that threatens ships in the Strait.
Dude, it's literally a kraut from 1943. Come on. I don't think I'm overdoing it. Am I overdoing it? I'm not fucking overdoing it. I'm really not overdoing it. This is Berlin Radio.
Of Hormuz, and in the Gulf. So that, if that's what comes out of this, that would be great. Now, where we are in that process, I think remains somewhat opaque, to me at least this morning.
Congresswoman, I wonder, do you think this message from the president this morning conveys strength, or do you think it conveys a desperation for a deal because he wants to get out of this war?
I don't see it as strength, that's for sure. I see it as, I hearken back to my grandmother who said that people who use their words properly have more impact, and this is why you shouldn't use bad words and that kind of thing. Well, when you resort to that kind of language, what it tells me is you don't really have anything to say.
I'm not going to say anything. Oh my God.
It's just a lot of belligerence. And what I want to hear is they don't have to loop us in on their military strategy, but I sure would like to see something that looks like there is a strategy for bringing this war to an end. And I'm not seeing that at all. Everything that the president is doing is designed to provoke and escalate.
Bill, you've always been someone who speaks softly and carries a big stick. This is not how you negotiate things, in my experience covering you.
Yeah, and that's my personal. But this is also the first war fought in this age of social media with this president. I think he does things very differently. I think he does things in his own way, different than Biden, different than Obama. And I think we're seeing this playing out this morning.
You know what the irony in all of this is that...
No, the irony is that in the United States of America, we have a posting president who unironically thinks that content is victory. We have a president who put content creation arguably at the top of his daily strategy. Like, this is a man who, during the 12-day war, before actually telling both sides that the war is over, first tweeted about the war being over and then told them that the war is over. Okay? We have a president that genuinely believes he moves mountains with posts. So right now he's fighting an enemy that both strategically and militarily and economically is leading to wholesale devastation of the entire world's financial system to an extent. And he thinks that he can just, post his way through. He thinks that the posts and the tweets and the Truth Social posts and so on are actually relevant to the conversation. He thinks he's talking to Israelis. He thinks he's talking to Qataris. You're not. People that read your tweets and are actually, intimidated by them are people who are intimidated by the potential physical weight of the United States military annihilating them. Iran is right now sitting with both hands in their pockets and they're like, bet, sure. Let the fucking idiot rant online. Every single time he went on a rant about how they are actually negotiating and they're talking to the appropriate people, Iran immediately came out and said, no bullshit. We ain't talking to this bitch. Oh, by the way, we just blew up another fucking thing that your taxpayers bought. They're absolutely winning the post-war as well. Because ironically, you can't not win the posting war, the content war, the meme war, if you're winning this well in the conflict itself. When are you going to torture us by reading Trump's Truth Social feed? We always start out a stream with a two truths and a lie, where I show you three posts, out of which 2 have actually been tweeted by Trump, and 1 has not. And you have to guess which one is a lie. And you bet, and we gamba you. You bet. What's the word? You bet your channel points. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. I think the cat wants outside. 1 second.
You want outside? There you go.
Tomorrow is going to be a power plant day and a bridge day. He unironically wrote that. Yeah, I know. Anaconda with the 5. Let's go. Only 2 Western taxpayers for us to reach our goddamn goal. And we have reached Gamba. We will Gamba later, I promise. Thank you, Anaconda. Another 5 to your Gamba scale.
Iran has shown its capabilities in
Did I say thank you to Fizz for the 5? Thank you, Fizz, for the 5. Apologies if I missed you 16 minutes ago.
2 ways where the United States is unfortunately catching up. One is using cheap drones, which is they've been providing those to Russia to use in Ukraine, so they have lots of experiments with that. And the second is the meme war and internet propaganda, which is something actually.
Okay, man. Main character syndrome, hardcore main character syndrome. Are you experiencing it, chat? We literally just said meme war, and this person said it as well.
With that, and the second is the meme war and internet propaganda.
Already paid tax, and we are very thankful to you, Taylor Swift, Juche. That's why taxpayers that have paid their tax need to call out all other chatters that have money. Obviously, do not make fun of our broke boys and girls, but you need to call out other people with money that aren't paying their tax. Call them out. I want small squabbles between the different sects of the petit bourgeois and the PMCs in class, okay? In chat.
Which is something actually the Iranians have been known for and influencing. And so they had, for all of our talk on our side of all the people killed in the regime, they have been pushing out through multiple channels around the world images of the American army generals and military people who have also lost their jobs at this time. So the way this looks out in the public is not a United States that is locked and loaded and working in one direction.
Do you think that the Iranians would rather have their entire Navy back or their memes?
I think when we're talking
we have
about
destroyed 13,000
I think
military
the and this is
targets,
a big distinction is that we're fighting the war on their land, so they have a say. If they survive, that's a win for them. That's it. So their stakes.
If the
are so much higher, but they have to do so much less to be able to maintain some kind of credibility. Second, that's the Iranian regime I'm talking about. The people of Iran, even back to George Bush, have suffered. They have always had sanctions on them. They just want some relief. And President Trump started this whole thing by saying, this is your time. Now you can come and take over your government. And now they're losing electricity. They're losing civilian bridges. They're losing clean water. I mean, this is nobody, United States or the regime, is helping the people of Iran.
Final word, Scott?
I look, I think the United States military, what we've achieved is...
She is unironically saying, if we want to run wars real well, we got to lie about being the good guys, and we got to not drop F-bombs, and we got to be more efficient at mass killing. These wars need to go faster. I do not have a problem with the war. I have a problem with how we talk about the war, because it makes me have strange feelings that me as an American am never supposed to have. These strange feelings, some people call it complicity. I don't want to feel complicity because of what my government does abroad. So I want my government to lie to me, because this complicity feeling is very bad. And especially on Easter Sunday when the government says the words that mommy said not to use, I start being very confused. Like, yeah, that's it. 2 more Western taxpayers reminder as we reach 3 hours and 30 minutes. This stream has 0 ads, 0 sponsors, completely independent, ran by chatters, for chatters, the biggest international political community on this beautiful little platform of ours. Throw your oil at my Hormusi, both literally and and proverbially, and let's hit our targets for the week. Let's Gamba later. We have reached Gamba point, so anybody that gifts 5 subs or more, for those of you who are new here, gets to do the only ethical gambling experience on this platform or in this world. We open a roulette. I have somehow found a way to do Gamba on Twitch completely legally. We do a roulette. You gift 5. If you win in the roulette, I spend my own money. You get to punish the worst type of people on the planet. Fucking streamers. Absolutely disgusting subhumans. If you win, I have to use my own money to buy the same number of subs. If you lose, you already did a great deal. Great deed for your fellow chatters. You gave them 5 gift subs or more. And you got to Gamba and feel that beautiful degenerate thrill. The greatest win of all time. So paint the chat purple and then let's spin on that motherfucker.
It's nothing short of incredible.
Streamers are gross. Streamers are fucking horrible, man. Nothing worse than a streamer. If content is victory, this wins. Yeah, I saw this. This was absolute class. Absolute class.
Yo, P. Hexif.
P-head.
This one's specially for you. You punk.
I like that they're keeping the same style of AI rap, you know. Zans, what's up, big man? Thank you for the 5. Thank you. We're gonna spin that shit later. The only thing worse than a streamer is a podcaster. No. The worst are YouTube video essay people. Unironically, that's fucking horrendous. That is really like oh my god. Because they think they're too good for you guys. They don't interact with you guys. They just post a video and it's over there and then that's it. Second worst is a podcaster. Okay, so worst is YouTube video essayist. Second, because pure elitists. Second is a podcaster. And third, of course, is a streamer. Why is a streamer the least bad? Being a streamer is very bad, but it's not as bad as the other shit because we actually talk to you guys. We actually interact with you guys. You guys get to scream back at us. With a podcast or a YouTube video, you don't get to do that. You get to go to the comment section. Who gives a fuck about the comment section, bro? Imagine commenting on YouTube. Fucking insane behavior, dude. Insane behavior. That should become a slur. Bro, so dumb. Bro, so dumb. I think he's a YouTube commenter, bro. I am a communist. I love making arbitrary hierarchies. Me too, 24/7.
Yo, P. Hexif. This one's specially for you. You punk ass rapist bitch.
Punk ass rapist bitch.
Tattoo covered clown with that cafe ink on your arm. Think you a crusader? Nah, just a drunk infidel in a fake uniform. Chain to kill all Muslims. Wasted in a hotel lobby. Sexual assault settlement in Monterey.
News about how Donald Trump potentially sucked off Bill Clinton. Why do I call it weaponized homophobia against the right? Because the right doesn't care if you rape kids. The right doesn't care if you touch kids, rape kids. They are showing that they genuinely do not give a shit. But they do care if you're gay. If you're gay, you gotta die. If you're gay, you gotta die. So when I say use weaponized homophobia against them, just tell them that their president's gay and they're going to lose your shit. You tell them their president's a pedophile, they're like, I can live with that. I can live with that. Tell them their president's gay, fucking destroys the whole movement. So what I'm trying to say is the IRGC obviously watches this stream and is a fellow chatter and has informed them of this strategy, and they applied it to their to their AI slop.
You thought our missiles max 2,000 kilometers? Cute. Rookie mistake. We hitting the bow, worshiping Epstein Island crew, the ones who hurt the kids. Revenge for every American soul, you and Trump's dirty crew oppressed and did. We taking payback for the girls, you broke the wives, you broke the Muslims you hate.
Where? Is that girl holding a fucking plaque that says #MeToo?
Oppressed and did. We taking payback for the girls you broke.
It does. Very surprising. Okay, so the choice of it being Macklemore mixed a little bit with Killer Mike, and constant references to Me Too. So, God save you if I start working for the CIA. A 37-year-old works on these. A 37-year-old works on this. He does go online quite a lot, so he knows about the newest reference points when it comes to stuff that genuinely interests him. His music taste is still stuck in the 2010s, late 2010s. And stuff that doesn't necessarily interest him, he only knows like broad details about. So when it comes to, oppression of women in the States, not his favorite topic, but he heard about Me Too. That's why he's adding it. Other reference points, extremely up to date, because that's the type of shit that he cares about. 37-year-old Twitter poster mostly focuses on geopolitics.
The wives you broke, the Muslims you hate. Every victim screaming in the dark.
What's up, Barry? How's the boyfriend? We're good. We just lack 2 more Western taxpayers to hit our fucking weekly one, man. I'm not saying that should be you. I'm just saying that you should take out the whip and start fucking slashing these motherfuckers. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the prime, my friend. No, it's not a prime, for a regular. Welcome to the community. Very nice to have you. And thank you, Will Wright, earlier for the 5 months.
Iran got you on the play. You threw everything at us. All your cards, all your might. We still operating on 10% power. Laughing while you fight. We see everything, know every secret, every dirty Epstein link you hide. Where you least expected, in the shadows we ride, and no place to slide. This ain't full force, just a warm up. Persian flow with the rap. Pete, you done roasted raw. Iran sending this heat. Feel the math. Drop the mic. Infidel clown.
Infidel clown. Imagine not subbing right now. What is up? The big OG, double OG, triple G fucking legend. What's up, Mike, baby? How you doing? How you doing, baby? Listen to our Lord and Savior Father on this Catholic holiday. It is Mike. He does not only look like Jesus, he is Communist Jesus. And his entourage is called the Central Committee. Thank you very much, Jade, for the prime. Thank you very, very much. God damn it. Anyways, back to the news. Houthi Trap Lord. Okay. Not going to listen to me. You're going to listen to Mike. You're going to start making me jealous.
President Trump.
Thank you very much. Shout out to Central Committee. I doubt if you're in my chat, you don't know about Mike. But still, Modless put the shout out up there. Go follow dear friend of the show. We now have the Reaction podcast that we run together. Exclamation point Reaction. Put that in pin, by the way. You would really like it. An anti-fascist show focusing on the digital right, ran by 3 socialists with very different backgrounds that tackle the problem from 3 different yet compatible perspectives. It's my new baby, and I love her very much. Yes, the Reaction podcast is a her. I love the podcast, and I've never been a podcast person. Thank you very much. It's an amazing podcast. I listen to it. It's very good. Thank you. Michael Taipei. Michael from Panama. Mike from Shanghai. Your episode is fuego. It is very fucking good. Let me use this moment since there's 1,000 people here. If you go on YouTube and you write the Reaction podcast, there's a show that was launched 3 weeks ago now exactly. There is a new episode, okay? There's one about Nick Fuentes. There's one about Asmongold with Hassan. There's one about Charlie Corker. And there's one about Sam Hyde, okay? This one is very good. We recorded it a while ago. Nick Fuentesino. If you're the type of people that, subscribe to YouTube channels, go and subscribe, please, kindly, respectfully. If you are not, God bless. And pin above, you can also see links to the individual podcast platforms. If you're a normal person like myself that doesn't listen to podcasts on a fucking YouTube, though it does upload them to YouTube Music, so I guess I get it. Mike from Sanjak, but Mike from Sarajevo, Mike from Niš, Mike from Tirana. Usreće se. But for real, check out the show. I think you'll genuinely enjoy it.
Well, President Trump has also been repeating his threats to target Iranian energy and transport infrastructure if Tehran doesn't open the Strait of Hormuz. This is what Donald Trump has posted on Truth Social in the last hour or two. We've blanked out one expletive. He said Tuesday will be Power Plant Day and Bridge Day, all wrapped up in one. In Iran, there will be nothing like it. Open the... And that's where the president uses an expletive. Straight, you crazy bastards, or you'll be living in hell. Just watch. Praise be to Allah, President Donald J. Trump. Let's speak now to our North America correspondent, Simi Jalal. And Simi, a growing sense of frustration in the president's social media posts.
Yeah, this is the...
I'm so hyped for the Live a God episode. That one rules. Yeah, that one was great. With the Live a God episode, we became professionals, and everything after Live a God is going to just keep improving. That's where we got our, that's where everything clicked. Everything clicked. The format, the part that is informal, the part that is formal, the banter, so to say. That's when everything clicked.
Second reminder, President Trump has Truth Social this weekend of the 10-day deadline he gave Iran to reopen.
British ships have been hit. God bless the Queen. The Queen. I am. God bless Alexander McQueen. British warship damaged after being hit by a Hezbollah missile off the coast of Lebanon. Channel 14. I cannot confirm this, but yeah, and hit can mean a lot of different things, but yeah. Very interesting development.
Open the Strait of Hormuz by the end of Monday, 6th of April, or that by Tuesday, the U.S. would strike its energy infrastructure like power plants, the U.S. would strike its bridges.
I saw a hog get mad at Trump, not for threatening Iran with more war crimes, but for saying praise be to Allah instead of Christ is risen on Easter Sunday. That's what I went on a rant about fucking 20 minutes ago, my friend. I can't do this again. But yes, American exceptionalism will do a very, very, very interesting thing to your mind. You become a human being who takes greater offense over particular culture war issues than you do over the cessation of another human being's life. American exceptionalism explained in Fortnite terms is very simple. Everybody in America is the main character. Everyone else is an NPC. NPCs are so unimportant that you get angrier when you hear your president say fuck instead of when you hear about your president bombing and killing the NPCs. We are at the bottom, okay, at the absolute bottom of any humanization hierarchy, if you want to call it, that the Yanks have. Non-Americans are less important to them than dogs, okay? And I'm not saying the dogs are bad. But that happens literally. People, whenever Americans start bombing something, always, every single time, there's at least like 1,000 people that come out, 1,000 Americans that come out and say, but what about the puppies that live there? What about the cats? What about the cats of Baghdad? You know? How are the Americans able to extract the Airman with essentially no Iranian resistance? I have no fucking idea. No clue.
President Trump's deadlines have shifted repeatedly, and they've come amid his claims that talks with Iran are going well and that they are productive. But these are talks that Tehran has denied. But as you've mentioned, he's really dialed up the rhetoric in this latest post. You can sense his frustration. To some, it might make for a slightly uncomfortable read. He uses a swear word. He calls the Iranian regime crazy bastards. He says that if they don't reopen the strait, they'll be living in hell. But it's unclear exactly what's going on here, because President Trump has previously said that Iran is begging for a deal and that they asked for a 7-day
Thank you, Gay Lennon.
deadline, but instead he gave them 10 days. And then you've got Iran saying they're not begging for a deal, and that if the US strikes any of its energy infrastructure, it too, in retaliation, will strike oil facilities in the Gulf region. But I think what's important is to look at the reality on the ground, because the last time the US said they were in negotiations with Iran, they struck Iran, and that's how we got into this war in the first place. So I think it's important not to underestimate what President Trump is saying here, because we've seen that buildup of US military assets and personnel in the Middle East, a unit comprising of up to 3,500 Marines and sailors arrived in the Middle East in the past few days.
Oh, come on. How is nobody feeding me these links? Come on, guys.
Congratulations, President Trump. All Israelis rejoice in the incredible rescue of a brave American pilot.
Oh, yeah, let's consent manufacture away from the fact that this is a major loss for the United States, for they have had their plane directly dropped out of the sky as if it was a cloud. As if it was a fly, as if it was a buddy bud. No, let's all focus about how actually it's a great success that our plane was annihilated by the enemy because we saved the pilot, okay? This is consent manufacturing on steroids. You guys, I hope you genuinely fucking understand that. Like, holy fucking mother of God. Like, please, please, please. Don't let them sell this as some sort of fucking W to you. Please, come on, come on.
By America's dauntless warriors. This proves that when free societies muster their courage and their resolve, they can confront seemingly insurmountable odds and overcome the forces of darkness and terror. This rescue operation reinforces a sacred principle. No one is left behind.
Oh.
This is a shared
Medal of Honor, Call of Duty, 7/11, 9/11, 6/7.
value demonstrated time and time again in the history of both our countries. As a nation that repeatedly carried out daring rescue operations, and as someone who was wounded in such a mission and lost a brother in the Entebbe rescue, Israelis and I, we know what a bold decision you took. President Trump, Donald, my dear friend, once again, your decisive leadership brought another great victory to America.
Oh, yes. We won so hard when they dropped our plane. Incredible W's. I intentionally allowed them to drop the plane because I wanted to test our soldiers' ability to extract. Okay. I wanted to deploy soldiers on the ground. Everybody told me it's a bad idea. That's why I dropped their own plane. I deploy troops to the ground. Boots have touched the ground. Best boots to ever touch the ground. They're like my pens. I increase the quality of the boots. Have you seen the boot designs lately? Goes on a rant about quality of boots. But this is a W. Trust me, we wouldn't have gotten our plane hit if we didn't want it to get hit.
You.
My company made the boots.
We all do. Congratulations, President Trump. All Israelis rejoice in the incredible rescue of a brave American pilot by America's dauntless warriors. This proves that when free societies muster their courage and their resolve, they can confront seemingly insurmountable odds and overcome the forces of darkness and terror. This rescue operation reinforces a sacred principle. No one is left behind. This is a shared value demonstrated time and time again in the history of both our countries. As a nation that repeatedly carried out daring rescue operations, and as someone who was wounded in such a mission and lost a brother in the Entebbe rescue, Israelis and I, we know what a bold decision you took. President Trump, Donald, my dear friend.
Why is it looping twice? Fucking New York Post, incredible shit.
Once again, your decisive leadership brought another great victory to America. I salute you. We all do.
Thank you, Donald. You're a fucking legend. We needed some motivation. You know, war wasn't going that well. Thank you, Donald, for making sure that our plane is felled and then for saving the pilot. It's a victory. Trust me, brother. It's a victory. Let's see what the Iranians are saying about this, shall we, chat? What the Iranians. They call me Iranians.
The US president has posted yet another warning to Iran over the Strait of
Why is it always so loud in Al Jazeera?
Hormuz, filled with expletives and derogatory language.
Array of microphones. What do they put in them goddamn array of microphones?
Donald Trump has set an April 6 ultimatum for Tehran to reopen the strait, vowing to strike Iran's civilian infrastructure if not. And in his latest post, Trump spells out his threat, saying Tuesday will be power plant day and bridge day, all wrapped up in one in Iran. He says there will be nothing like it. Trump then uses another swear word, demanding the strait be opened. Otherwise, he says they'll be living in hell. Now, a day to go until that US-imposed deadline, and Iran hasn't changed its stance on the Strait of Hormuz. Tehran, in fact, says it's closed to enemies attacking it, but open to friends and those who coordinate with Iran. Right, well, we've got Ali Hashim standing by in the Iranian capital, Tehran. But first, let's go to Mike Hanna in Washington, D.C. Mike, this latest...
Copyhead, can you give me the bets that previous oilers have? Please give Cuphead your bets if you already haven't. Who can bet Houthi trap lord Kingamba? Zan's 2 Kingamba, both for 5, and Nyakonda Kingamba for 10. Nyakonda Kingamba for 10, Houthi trap lord for 5, and Taylor Swift Jusha for 5. Thank you, friends.
From Donald Trump, one that means business with that sort of language, do we think, or perhaps a more desperate one?
Well, an astounding message from the head of state, not less one who is at war with another country. President Trump there, the expletives and the tone of that message very clearly indicating perhaps a sense of deep anger at the fact that things are not going the way that he wants them to go, that Iran appears reluctant to engage in any form of a diplomacy or negotiation, although the president claims that to the contrary. However, as well, saying that Tuesday will be power plant day and bridge day, all wrapped up in one, nothing like it, he says. Now, many observers have pointed out that to attack a country's vital infrastructure during hostilities constitutes a war crime. But
that stops Americans, yes. Famously. Something being called a war crime, stopping the Yanks, yes, famously. That's how the world works in a unipolar world order. Yes, absolutely, man. That's how it goes.
President Trump clearly not being concerned about this, also making clear there that although his imposed deadline, his 10-day deadline, expires on Monday, he is going to commence operations or ramp up operations from Tuesday. He specifically uses the word Tuesday in that particular social media post. So clearly a very angry president, but perhaps too a somewhat frustrated president writing these words in his social media.
And right, Trump has been speaking to U.S. media since post.
Small break from the world ending to enjoy a true degenerate leftist experience. The only ethical casino on the planet. One which stimulates a socialist media project, gets to punish a streamer, and gets to satisfy every degenerate itch that we all have, for we are humans. Welcome to the ethical Yugopnik Casino. We ain't breaking no TOS, but we sure as fuck are very close. First gambler of the day is Anaconda with 10 on red. I repeat, 10 on red for the legendary lady. 10 on red, 10 on red, and we spin, we spin, we spin.
12, red, even. You win.
10 on red, Yugopnik loses 10. Chat gets 10, and Anaconda has had her luck fucking switch, eh? Fucking luck really switched up for you. I would love when Anaconda gambled because I would always win, but no. Congratulations, chat. You got the 10. Next is Zans with 5 again on red. 5 on red, I repeat, 5 on red for Zans. Let us see if Yugopnik is unlucky 2 times in a row on red. Spin that motherfucker, spin.
$29.
Unfortunately for you, motherfucker, yeah! Eat, shit, and cry, motherfucker. That felt good. Unfortunately, chat loses 5. Now it's 10 versus 5 for chat versus Yugopnik. Next, we have Houthi Trap Lord with 5 on red. I repeat, Houthi Trap Lord with 5 on red. Everybody's going on red. What are you, a bunch of fucking communists? And we spin 5 on red. Reminder, during Gamba, if you donate 5 gift subs or more, you can spin the wheel. Ethically, to an extent, I guess. Ethics is almost always subjective. But
4, black, even.
Come on, somebody else want to put 5 on red, motherfuckers? You're a fan of cats? Yes, a very big fan of cats. I love cats. Cats are fucking amazing. Eat shit and cry. Doo-doom dum 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 duram dum doo-doo dum 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 duram doo-doom dum dum duran duran dun. Scam, of course you're going to say that, fucking trap lord. Very well, very done, very good, very nice, very yes, very good, very nice, very yes. Oh, a social communist wants to put his skills and his luck to the test now, doesn't he? Okay, social communist. I see what you're doing. You want to put this shit on here, or you're too asocial for that, motherfucker? Red, 5 on red for asocial communist. Our first-time taxpayer and gambler. 5 on red, 5 on red. 5 on motherfucking, wait, just so I'm sure, on red. Let's spin.
13,
oh my God,
black,
eat my ass.
odd.
Eat my ass. I'm on the roll. I'm finishing the stream and I'm going to go fucking casino. I'm going to come back a billionaire. Fucking class trader, this motherfucker. Bam, bam, bam. It's not even my Easter. It's not even my Easter, and you guys are losing on your own Easter, bro. You're losing on your own Easter, guys. You're losing on your own Easter. Holy shit. Holy, literally shit. Very nice. No way he gets 4 in a row. I mean, somebody can challenge me with a 20 on a red. We still do need 2 more Western taxpayers. I think Rascal is actually spending his time with his family today, so he's not killing us. Cyberpunkusi with the 5. Tell me it's red again. I want to do 4 in a row. Tell me it's red again. This will become a not safe for work stream if I do 4 in a row, because I'm going to get a stiffy. Not going to lie. Do you want to gamble, or you just want to support the show? Which is also, of course, you're not forced into gambling. You're actually a very nice person. No gamble today, saving it for my next green roll. Haha, legend. Thank you, Cyberpunkusi, for just supporting and paying your taxes like a true motherfucking G. Very nice. Anyways, we got Gamba. We covered everything that can be covered in the news. We talked about how this is going to impact your economy. We did some criticism of reformism from a very well-intentioned place. And we covered the latest updates, which are pretty much, hey, Trump, don't be a meanie while killing foreigners. Please don't use bad words. Now, let's go to what I promised all of you, okay? So for those of you who are uninitiated, last month, the target for 5,000 subs was creating a Yugopnik mask. I will create 3 different Yugopnik masks. Masks that I would wear, masks that I will send as gifts to some of the biggest oilers in this community, literally for free, and masks that maybe we might even sell if there's enough interest. So, because this is only possible thanks to you guys' support, obviously, it is probably going to cost a relatively pretty penny. I don't think anybody's going to make less than 100 of these or less than 200 of these if you want to make them, real quality. So you guys put your money where your mouth is, and I'm extremely grateful to this, to you, and to show my appreciation. I wanted us to. I know that now, almost 80% of chat is going to fall out, which is fine. The ones who want to stay are very welcome to stay. For the rest, thank you for spending your time with me genuinely. But I want to brainstorm with you guys. So I want to make 3 masks actually with you guys. Oh, regular size Jesse. Thank you so much for the fucking 10, man. Thank you so much. And we are now only 1 Western taxpayer away from the 30. Does Jesse want a gamba? Let's go with red. Jesse wants to gamba. Let's just go back to this and I'll explain. 10 on red for Jesse. 10 on red for Jesse.
6 black even.
Fucking eat my ass. I'm undefeatable, dude. Dude. Eat my ass, everyone. No joke. No joke. I'm gonna beef with my chat. Where you at? And I know God will punish me immensely, on the next stream where we gamba, especially when, I'm winning when Rascal isn't here. I'm winning when Rascal and Catherine and Anaconda aren't dropping fucking 50s, okay? Thank God. But then when they get that big bonus and they come in here with that fucking thick money, that's when I'm going to be losing. That's when I'm going to be losing like crazy. Last stream, I lost 95 subs. 95 subs. So now I'm wasting my luck on these. Thank you for trying, Jesse, but triple double L. So, guys, okay. So this is my idea. Let's brainstorm. We want We want 3 types of masks, okay? Great, whatever. We want 3 types of masks. We want LARPy, very communist. We want Hype Beast, very fashion, let's call it that. And last but not least, we want elegant, comfortable, clean design. This is the 3 type of masks we want to make. We want one that you could wear to a protest that's very in your face, fucking communist, etc., etc. We want one that's, fucking hype beasting the shit out of this. And then we want one that is very elegant, very clean, kind of like this mask, right? What if you made a mask with this picture but without the eyes? There you go. Okay, so now let's start out with the clean design. Okay, let's start out with the clean design. Let's brainstorm. Give me ideas. There you go. Barry is starting me out with a very serious idea. Basically, putting this on top of the mask. Basically, just printing this on top of the mask. That is a 10 out of 10 idea. We're doing it. We're doing it. We are absolutely fucking doing it. I'm learning Canva at work. Please, God, no. No, yes. I'm going to combine multiple ones. Thank you, Taylor Swift Juche. Thank you very much. So, drop ideas in chat, and then we can and think about it. Think about it. We want 3 designs. These are the 3 types of designs. Think about what you want to see. As you're doing that, most of the shit that we can do, is basically write stuff like write stuff on it, right? YUGO, there you go. Add emblems to it, like, I don't know. And shit like that. You understand? You understand what I'm saying? We should limit ourselves to around 3 elements. It can be over the top stuff as well. Like, you don't have to duplicate page. Like you can go in a lot of different directions. Like you can go like this with the text options, for example. I'm giving you examples of what you can do. Right? You can wrap around the head. You can wrap stuff around. You can see my mouse, right? You can wrap stuff around it, around the neck, then back. Like there can be a snake design that goes. I all the time talk about snakes eating at their own ass. You can do stuff that's like only here on top, right? And then that goes back downwards like this. You can do stuff that only comes in from here, you know? Shit like that. So I want you to think on this and give me advice. Brainstorm. Classic hammer and sickle on either side of the neck. Too LARPy. I mean, for the LARP one, yes. For the LARP one, yes. Classic hammer and sickle on either side of the neck. So, like coming in from here. I think a sickle here on top of the head would be pretty cool. Lenin petting a cat on the side of the mask. Doesn't labeling it sort of defeat the purpose of anonymity? Depending on where you're going to use the mask. What texture are we thinking? I love the look of embroidery and the same color on it. So it's embroidery doesn't like actual internal embroidery we can figure something out. It can be embroidered, yes. Yeah, the rear part real estate is a solid block of uninterrupted surface. Proud tanky on the forehead. Could be a snake wrapping around the neck. Very cute. Bill Clinton getting fellatio. Be serious, you cunts. There is no beginning nor end to the wheel of time. A snake eating its own ass going around the loop of the head with the snake's head on the forehead could work too. Oh, that's a great idea. So we're talking about a snake that loops like from the bottom, that loops like this, and then its head and like this, and then its head kind of comes out right here, and then there's a snake head here on top. You get what I mean? Oh, that's a phenomenal idea. That's the high beast. We got it, dude. We got one great idea already. Snake wrap up to the top of the head. That's a fantastic idea. That is a fantastic idea. So starting, going around, and then looping on top, like coming from the back, and then coming right here on top, and it's a snake. That is an amazing idea. The snake idea is fantastic. How do we personalize the snake? Green, red, yellow. That can be the colors of the snake. Great idea. Okay. Snake colors, green, red, yellow. That's a great idea. Green, red, and white. True, but, you know. Put a little balaclava on the snake. Do we like that idea? That is not a bad idea. I'll put a balaclava on the snake. Do we like that idea? But then it's a balaclava on a balaclava. It looks fucking weird. Doesn't it? It wouldn't look like weird because it's a thing wearing a mask that you're wearing on a mask. Like, what the fuck? Here, dude, that's the joke. Snake eating its own ass. Ah, okay, that's funny. That's funny. Hear me out. Tricolor balaclava with red, yellow, and purple, and the print says "Makes Spain Republican again." That's a great one if we branch out and start making some like for merch. That's a good one. It's gonna be hard to make because snake snouts don't lend themselves to masks. Absolutely. Actually, snakes in masks look pretty absurd. I thought a hooded snake was intact if it's agit prop. Šta me pitaš koji kurac? Da, radio sam na jebenom construction sajtu ili kako god se jebeno kaže. Nisam vozio jebeni kamion nikad. Baš muškarčina voziš kamion, ne bi. Svakakve poslove sam radio od kuhinje do korporativnog posla. Just a mask that says intact. Pa reci nemoj šta. O da, ja imam piano rukice. Baš sam ponosan. Žene naš koliko vole. To što si ti rođen od 2 goblina napravljen, nisam ja kriv. Ili što ne nosiš rukavice kad radiš. I am certain some scaly out there has a snake persona that they've drawn on a balaclava. Yeah. Okay, maybe one mask black, one red, and one yellow maybe, or all of... Okay, now you're talking about colors. First, we got to figure out the designs. Okay, we got one hype piece design. That is a snake. The snake is going to go around the neck, and then it's going to pop up on top. Do we want alternative designs to that one when it comes to what you want to call it? The hype beast one. Do we want a second idea for the hype beast one, or we need some time to think about it? We probably need some time to think about it. One of the clean ones. Okay, so the elegant clean one is definitely one of the options is a 3-color, right? Just 3 colors. But then you look kind of like a football hooligan or something or some shit. I don't know. I don't like it. I don't want to have a 3-color mask. It's kind of especially it's of a flag. It's very For a LARP idea, we could have a mask that's half red, half black, a Molotov cocktail lit on the back, and M267. Okay, that's a great. Okay, so part of that I agree with. So the LARPy one has Molotov on the back. The LARPy one is good. Molotov on the back is a good idea. I like that. That is good. That is good. I like that a lot. So imagine this is what it's going to look like. Let's see if it has an option. So something of this sort. Obviously, like a designer is going to make this. So like this, up or down, right? And then on the front, oh, that's so good. And then on the front, you see the other part of the Molotov cocktail coming in. You get what I mean? Šta sereš, bre, mamu ti jebem u pičku, bre, govno jedno retardirano, bre, mamu ti jebem. Koji ti je kurac? Idi ti kopaj govna, bre, mamu ti jebem. Beskorisna pičkica mala. Sorry, there was an idiot in chat. LARPing Mujahideen idiot. Where were we? I rarely get pissed off, but these fucking cringe-ass fucking nationalists LARPing as progressives is fucking impressive. Dude, hear me out. Throw some cyber syllogism on there. Oh, cyber syllogism is a good idea. That is a very good idea. I know you're being very, 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 what's the word? A Gen Z right now, but it could look good. Let me get some inspo I'm Googling on the side. Dude, yeah, I like it. 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 Reinterpretation. I like it. I like it. LARPing one red star with a hammer and sickle on mouth. Where's the best? You know what a very good looking LARPer / hype beast one is? This is very easy. This is very easy and looks great. Look at this one. This is very easy and looks very great. Very good. So a little star, imagine just a little star right here. And then like a sign up here, like brand like YUGO or something. And that's it. Clean as fuck. Not overthinking it, not anything. The star means what the star is supposed to mean to people that can recognize it. And that's it. Flag, a red star. Plus name on top of hood. Simple. Right? Simple, works, clean. Cyber sigils are such Gen Z tattoos. I agree, but if we make it very metal and it's on a mask, it can look very good. It can look very, very good. You want an elegant script like the Supreme one you have on right now. Oh, phenomenal. Okay, so YUGO, but with done the same way as the Supreme mask on the cheek. Any other like small details you would add? So imagine if it says Yugopnik right here. Any small details you would add? Maybe I would, no, but then the star is going to be too much if it's right here. No, you got this and then you got the star. It looks stupid. Definitely script, of course. Can the red star have a red border like the YUGO flag? You mean a blue border? Like a blue flag with a red border? No, a red border with a... Yeah, that's a... Now I know what you mean. Yes, we can do it. This is not how the designs are going to look like. We're just brainstorming broad ideas. But okay, now you get the gist. You get the point. Okay, you get the point. Think about it, and in the next week, whenever you have a good idea, come into chat, write it up, send it to me, and together with the mods and the producer, we'll make sure to copy it and put it in my roster. I'm going to go through all the ideas that you guys give me in the next week, and then I'm going to come back at the end of next week with a glossary of all the best ideas, in my opinion, that you guys came with, and I'm going to give you slight examples. And then we'll do a very big voting and so on, and we'll decide on new cool ideas. And then we'll decide on the ideas that actually go on the mask. Sound like a plan? So think about it, and feel free to come into chat at me, and then write your little essay explaining your idea of what it's supposed to look like. Just keep in mind, we want a LARPy one, we want a hypebeast one, and we want like a clean-cut one. Makes sense? I hope that makes sense. And now I must go, for my parents-in-law need to sleep here on this bed. Okay, who should I rate? This was very fun. So please, all the mods and me will be paying attention. Your idea can get on the mask. If your idea wins, I'll send you one for free. If your idea wins, for real. If your idea wins, we'll write down who made it. If your idea wins, I will send you a mask for free. Oh, let's rate Dave Legend. We haven't rated Dave in a million years, man. I love Dave. Dave absolutely deserves a raid. Dear friend of the show, one of the OGs, even in chat. Dave Legend. Go say hi to Dave. Thank you so much for your time today. Lovely stream. We didn't hit the weekly Western tax count. There you go. You got 1 minute to potentially do it. 29 out of 30. You're really going to let it hang like that? You're really going to let it hang like that? You're really going to let it hang like that? God bless. Some people like teasing all the way to the end. Like edging. That's the word. Teasing all the way to the end. Edging. Say hi to my dear friend Dave. Give Dave all your follows and your love and your oil. And I will see you next week. What a great week for the stream. I really enjoyed it. Thank you. You guys are legends. Thank you for your time. Follow me on socials. Join me on Discord. And again, brainstorm about the ideas. Come and chat. Drop it on my ass, and we'll have a great time. Yes. Very good. Many kisses. Bye-bye.